Hello. Welcome back to another episode of the Starbright podcast. I think this is episode 28, if I'm not mistaken. If I've done my math right, episode 28. Talking about like kink services and kink, that kind of thing. Um,
Far be
I
it
guess
from me to be
websites,
able to do
services,
math.
and whatnot. Yeah, but yeah, welcome back to Prim, by the way. It's been a little bit.
It
Yeah.
has.
Have you
I
been
am.
traveling the globe, having fun?
Yeah, Prim,
Definitely
have you?
not doing any of those things. Never had fun once in my life.
We would all be
That's right.
very afraid if Prim is having fun.
Yeah. It's unnatural.
I
If
feel
he
like
was ever not complaining, the world would actually be ending.
I feel like you haven't actually done anything kinky then, because the whole point is to have fun.
Well, it's not for my fun, obviously.
No, it includes you. That's bullshit.
As I
Maybe.
understand, he has a very Hellraiser-esque approach to kink.
Hellraiser's a great series. There's nothing wrong with it.
Well, I mean, it's a great film and a bunch of other films that shouldn't be made. Yeah.
Well, we won't talk about that. All of it is based off the first film, so we gotta. It's a good universe. Apparently, did you hear that? I don't know whether we talked about this before, but did you hear that? Apparently, they're coming out with a final Hellraiser movie that's supposed to tie all of them, like it's supposed to be like the penultimate, every surviving character returning, like all of it, and tie it all together and end it. Did you hear that? Apparently,
No, but that sounds like a really bad idea.
it does, but apparently they're doing it. I don't know whether
Yeah,
I
I
should look
didn't
forward
like
to it.
the book sequel, even to Hellraiser, was not very good.
There was
Even
a
though I
book
waited like
sequel?
20 years for it to come out. Yeah, Scarlet Gospels. It
Ooh.
ties together the Harry Dear Moore books as well, Everville and Great and Secret Show, and they like intersect for that, and it's not very good. It's okay,
Oh,
but
no.
it's not as good as say like the Hellbound Heart is. So it's a bit disappointing, but
Honestly,
yeah.
I don't know that there's. Oof. I don't know. I have strong feelings on Hellraiser. I really like the lore and the universe. Because
So,
I've read a lot of books about
I
that,
should
and like immortality is a
disclose.
curse. I'll just put that out there.
I
It's a
should
curse.
disclose to everyone I've never seen Hellraiser.
About to
God
say,
damn it,
Mal,
Matt.
neither of us have.
God damn it.
I know I should have, but also, have you ever actually thought of me as the type of person who could sit still for more than 30 minutes?
Well, that is very.
Yeah. I do this thing where I turn on a movie and then I get distracted and come back and wonder why there's credits playing and realize I was out of the room for the entire movie.
That's a shame.
You could
Hellraiser deserves.
you could audiobook the Hellbound Heart. It's not even very long. I think it's a novella. I don't think it's even a novel.
Do you
I feel like I would be really bad at listening to audiobooks.
do you know the
I
premise of
really
Hellraiser?
like audiobooks.
I do, because I've been friends with Prim for a while.
Okay,
Let me tell
good.
you, I have been given the lore and the explanation.
And I respond to like every second comment with a Hellraiser gift. So
It really fucking does.
Hmm.
This is not an exaggeration.
I mean, it's
I'm
a
an angel to
thought-provoking
some
series.
and a demon to others.
If you pay attention, it says a lot of really important things. Don't wish for immortality. That's like as number one.
So I think, Prim, before we really get started, you should introduce Will and Kat to the Dick Cheese Wheel.
Ugh. Yeah, I'll post this. And, yeah.
Prim found a thing on Temu and sent it to me, and we
no.
had a good 20-minute chat just exchanging awful fucking puns about this thing.
It was like, I mean, look, I've seen some weird shit on Temu, but that takes the cake, as it were.
I actually had another conversation where somebody asked me if multiple people use it at once, would it be a head-on collision in the center?
Yeah, it would.
I've seen this. I've seen people talking about it.
Prim says it was marketed-
Someone suggested turning this into a
exit.
tonkatsu, basically. So you're all like sitting around and underneath the table. This is what's going.
Well, no. Prim said it was being marketed as a sex cake, and I was deeply offended because obviously it's a pound cake. What the fuck, guys? Like, you're not even putting an effort to name it properly.
I mean,
What were some of the other names we came up with, Prim? We came up with some really great ones.
I feel like
I think you
pound
said
cakes
cream
actually-
cake, which was a bit penultimate, honestly.
It was cream cake, and then there was you called it a meatloaf.
It's more of the
Yeah.
color of a cream cake than a pound cake.
It looks like a scallop almost.
Prim called it a meatloaf. Bukake, he called it.
Bukkake.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I said tres leches, no tres leches, because you could actually get 3 in there.
Oh my goodness.
And then
You
we
can
were
get a
talking
lot
about
more than
yeah, I mean basically, and we were having a conversation. Then I was like, wait, no, why didn't they just call it a cream pie? What the fuck at the naming crew on this?
Because
Like, there were so many missed
pies need
opportunities.
crust, and it's bad enough
What
as
did
it is. It doesn't need crust.
I think it fits 8. It looks like it's an 8.
They all have different types of lips. That's
Yeah,
really detailed. 61
somebody put a
colors,
lot of
I
thought
mean.
into it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There was a
so
video with the image as well, and they pull on it, and it's like very. I don't know.
in
I
case you're
didn't like the video.
wondering, the type
Didn't
of
make me happy.
conversations Prim and I have, like, this is a pretty regular occurrence for us. Is one of us sends the other something super fucking cursed, and then we just trade puns about it for an hour.
I don't appreciate
this is
puns
it.
writing that
What's
much.
the point of creepy shit if you can't have wordplay?
Ugh,
Exactly.
puns. Gross.
You're one of the worst offenders.
Yeah. But here's the thing, though. I only share puns because if I have to suffer from thinking about them or hearing them, so should everyone else.
Why
So
do you think
it's
I have a
only
meme
kind
page?
If everyone just stopped making puns, the world would be a better place.
Why do you think I have a meme page? Okay, I thought this, and now you have to suffer.
Correct. Mm, There's a kink service. There's plenty of kink
Oh.
social media out there. Lots of Facebook.
Oh my gosh. That was actually
Sec-
the where I was talking or where I was leading this in terms of services. The people who make these things, there are some unhinged things that come out that would really only appeal to people with kinky senses of
like
sexual
Mhm.
like a
expression.
box that leads to a parallel universe where you become immortal, but then over time you can no longer feel any emotion because you've already felt all the emotions for all time. So then you just turn to pain, like that. That's a kinky service.
I
It's
mean,
true.
one could argue the kinkiest.
Correct. I do believe Hellraiser's maybe the top
Oh my
tier
goodness.
BDSM movie, because I would argue that's all it is. That's all they are now.
I had no idea what that lead up was for any of that.
I hate to say this, but I
It
knew
was definitely
exactly what he was
influenced
talking
by
about because I've been
BDSM.
friends with Prim for so long.
Well, I mean that's the whole thing. I mean they will kill people, but it's like they don't. They're there for pain. They want to experience pain. Pain is the only thing they can feel anymore. That is the ultimate pleasure for them now. And I would argue that is the most masochistic you can get.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not like a slasher. They don't just like kill people.
Exactly.
Like, they slowly draw out the torture, so the line between pain and pleasure is blurred.
Which I would argue that they are not just the movie that is most direct about being kinky and BDSM related, but like they're the penultimate version of that. That is the ultimate end point of where BDSM, assuming you could live forever, that is the ultimate end point of where pain and pleasure would lead to. That is it.
Mhm.
That's the finality. They got, and that's what the
That's
movie
true.
series is about. Well, and everything else related, but I mean, again, most of it isn't great. But the first movie, highly recommend.
It's before they start being like, wow, look, this is a guy that people recognize. Let's make
Yeah.
other weird looking dude that have like CDs and video cameras and shit.
Yeah, that was all so unnecessary.
I did like the newer one though, where they're not so kink coded with their leather outfits. All their outfits are made out of their own skin.
Yes, I will agree with that. But
I feel like Prim just explained this to me no less than like 2 or 3 months ago, that the skin clothing bit.
Oh yeah.
It's somehow like better and worse, which makes it better.
Yeah.
But yeah. So King services. There's Facebook page.
There's
There's
Facebook pages. There's all sorts of media that markets specifically to kink. Somehow, even Timu has some really unhinged kink stuff. Like, I
Mhm.
personally would not recommend buying your sounding equipment from Timu, but I did find a
oh god.
sounding kit on Timu.
Wish was like my first like really cheap BDSM kit buy. And even then I knew that I wasn't going to be using it really long standingly for anything, but I just wanted to like kind of get a general idea of what stuff I
Yeah.
want to buy more quality items for.
Yeah, I
But
think that's
That's
a
what it's actually
good
really
way
good for,
to.
honestly.
mhm,
Yeah, that's basically what it's meant for. I mean, it's probably being used by other stuff too, but like
yeah.
ideally, that kind of kit would allow you to go, I kind of like the idea of this type of cuff, but I would like it better if it fit this way or maybe a different material. It gives you an idea of what you would like or dislike without having to break the bank.
Yeah, for $15, I think I got like 15 pieces, something like that.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah. It wasn't good quality whatsoever, but
No.
other than the rope that was in it, everything else
Th-
was pretty much crap. But
Yeah.
I knew which ones I wanted to actually invest in for nicer things.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to go. It's like getting a sample pack for things, but like you're just getting a sample pack of,
Hmm.
what most people who are not kinky would consider torture devices.
Especially if you are wanting something custom made, you can't really go in person half the time to get stuff made like that.
No. And speaking of services, that's another one. The number of people who will make these custom equipment, there's a lot of them, but they're so far spaced out that generally speaking, there isn't somebody local to you who is going to be making these things.
No, and usually the best way to find out, because that's like a hard thing to find. No, because a lot of people who make kink equipment are very small time. That's not a
Yeah.
massive business unless you're selling to like a big store that does it, like Lions Den or something like that. So like if
Yeah.
you're making custom stuff on the side, that's not something you're gonna easily find like a website for or something like that.
Yeah. It's
Normally,
often word of mouth.
yeah, word of
Hmm.
mouth and quite commonly local events. We found a couple people locally who are making things just by going to some local events, because that's usually where you'll see it is that they'll make a deal with someplace doing a local event and show up and be a vendor there, and that's how you know, oh shit, there's a guy in the area who's more local who has stuff. But that's
Yeah.
like you're not going
Etsy
to
is
see a
also a
storefront.
great source. Well,
It's
Etsy, let me put it this way. Etsy used to be a
sometimes.
great source. Yeah. Um, Etsy sometimes will have like really great quality supplies, but there's been some, my understanding is there's been like ethical concerns with how they're charging creators and the amount of percentage they're taking from these sales. So a lot of people who were selling there are no longer, and I'm not sure what platforms a lot of them have moved to.
You also have to be careful because a lot of sellers won't tell you that, hey, I'm going to be, shipping from China or something like that, and it's going to be like 3 months before you get your item, maybe, depending.
Yeah.
It's not very transparent as far as,
Hmm.
it's going to come from here. It's made out of, these stuff that was like harvested by myself, ethically and safely, and it's going to get to you
Hmm.
within a week because I'm like in the States. No, it's you can't be sure because they don't disclose that all the time, most of the time.
I will say that my experience with Etsy in terms of things not being very you know, above the board. If I have concerns about something being shipped to me from Etsy, and I don't usually order kink stuff from Etsy, to be clear. I don't have a whole lot of experience buying kink equipment from Etsy. But my experience buying other things from Etsy has always been pretty positive. Usually, if I have an issue with something being shipped and not showing up, or the seller going completely MIA and not responding to my messages, Etsy's usually pretty quick to respond and rectify the situation. I haven't had a lot of terrible time with them, but I have been told that a lot of the sellers who used to use Etsy a lot have stopped because Etsy was taking too much of a cut from their income.
Sounds about right. I knew a
Um,
person that used to make bejeweled pacifiers and would sell them,
Yeah.
knowing they were this. The other part, I think, with home crafters or for things with kink and stuff, um, they did it for just a little side cash here and there, but even then they still had to basically vet their customers and ask for ID or something like that, knowing the purpose it was going to be used for,
Hmm.
just to make sure everything was good on their end too.
Yeah. Ethically, can you sell to somebody who's going to misuse this?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's something that a lot of people don't consider when you're selling kink equipment. It may not necessarily be used for kink, and you should probably ask.
Yep. Some things are decor only.
Some people, not judging, not kink shaming, but like if it's not meant to go in your body, you shouldn't be putting it in your body.
The butt plug ice cube maker.
Hmm.
It's kink themed, sure, but it's not meant to be used in the
Do
scene.
you remember the entire side quest I went on when I found all of the weird butt plugs on Etsy?
Oh my goodness.
I
no.
probably still have this screenshot. I hyper focused. I found like all the weird butt plugs on Etsy.
I bet you didn't find all of them.
Uh, there was the entire onion.
An onion.
I
Yes.
don't think I even know what you're talking about at this point. I think I would have remembered a butt plug onion.
Oh, hold on. Let me see. While we're having this conversation, I'm gonna see if I can find these
One of the
to post.
one of the leaders at my job. Um, I don't think he has it anymore, unfortunately. But for most of the time that I've known him, he had a he had a Kirby butt plug bumper sticker on his car, where it was just Kirby in the shape of a butt plug.
I love that. Oh. I say ow as if like you guys are able to actually appreciate what I'm doing here. I hurt myself moving slightly, and now I'm just like
I,
about
I
it.
I was about to say, "Ow, what are you doing? Putting it in?"
No, I was on a quest to find the butt plugs, and I did find it, by the way.
Oh man.
Suddenly, there are no more onions in your kitchen.
Uh, one of the best sites I found was apparently veganbuttstuff.com. So, of course,
That
I
would
screenshot as many as I could have,
that would be a website.
obviously.
I've
And
always
yes, I
appreciated.
did. I went to my what is this called? My albums, and I typed in plug, and wouldn't you know, I've apparently saved a lot of these over the years.
I've always appreciated the LED butt plugs. I've seen like the videos of the people going to cons with one under like their skirt. They're just walking around. You just see the LED light on the.
Hmm.
Always amuses me.
It's giving very alien abduction vibes.
Just waiting for someone
My
to show up
favorite
at a
of the
local
ones
event.
that I just posted in our we have a private chat for the hosts. The pacifier butt plug. So if you've ever wanted to like suck somebody's ass without actually getting into their ass, there you go.
I'm not gonna say the thought that I had when I looked at those.
I also really like the door stopper one.
I like to throw it back and make it clap one.
Yeah, that was there was a lot of jokes being made about that one. Also, the flag football one.
Mm-hmm.
The corn dog,
Are
though,
you
that
kidding?
really spoke to me.
Very clearly, the Magic 8 Ball fortune telling one is the.
You don't want
You
the
could be at a
onion?
party. You could just tell someone to bend over so you could ask a question.
Honestly, a lot of these aren't crazy priced either.
No, like, oh, the googly eye one
No, no, cat. No.
makes twerking a lot more aggressive.
I've been wanting to get the googly eye
No.
pasties. that glow in the dark
No.
so bad.
Oh, the pet play one where you put your plug in, you can play with your cat.
Oh my god.
No.
Absolutely not. The last thing
God,
I
The
need to
red
do
flag butt
is
plug is also speaking to me.
the last thing I need to do is
it is
wake up in
great.
the middle of the night to find a pair of glow in the dark googly eyes staring me in the
Oh my goodness. I just read the story. There was a lady that put in a anal plug before going to do an MRI. She thought it was
Oh
all
no.
silicone,
Oh,
but it had a metal
no.
core. Oh my goodness, guys,
Yeah.
just don't put things in you probably before your
Look,
doctor's
if you're going
appointment.
for medical treatment where they tell you to remove all metal, don't put a plug in because you don't
Silicone or
know what's
not,
in there. Yeah.
yeah. You put in silicone piercings, sure.
I've seen the X-ray where someone did that and MRI dragged it
Yeah.
up through their fucking chest cavity, like up
Mm-hmm.
into their lung,
They somehow survived that too. I remember
Yep.
that one.
which is
Same,
crazy.
same thing happened to this lady. Yep.
Ugh.
Just while we were on the topic of butt plugs.
Play
Now
stupid
we're all
games
just
when stupid
like, oh man, that person's poor anus.
Mm-hmm.
Can't talk about
Everything.
getting ripped wide
Ah.
Not the way they wanted to be torn open today.
open. Today.
I don't know. Maybe that's their thing. Who am I to judge?
Well,
Tastes
there
change from
was
day to day.
speaking of body dysmorphia, there was a guy, actually one of the best cases of body dysmorphia that I've heard, who he believed he shouldn't have a left hand, and he spent like 15 years constantly trying to do stuff to get his left hand amputated. He didn't want to actually cut it off himself, so but he kept like getting it into accidents as you were, and then one day he stuck it in a wood chipper and they had to amputate it. And this was like back in like I think like 2003 where this happened, where they finally had to amputate it, and he said it was the happiest he's ever been. So maybe some person, maybe she kind of knew what she was doing. You don't know.
She just thought she wasn't meant to have an anus.
Correct. She wanted it to be blown wide open. I don't know. I don't judge.
It's one way to have a plug knocking on your back door.
It's very true.
Just things that are not medically safe.
Correct.
No. To be fair, there's probably a lot of people who would argue a lot of the kinks we discuss here are probably not necessarily medically condoned.
Well, I
But
don't think any kind of bodily harm is not going to be medically condoned, technically speaking.
yeah,
But it's a risk versus reward thing. You know, it's unlikely that getting spanked hard enough to have bruises is going to cause you permanent damage. You know, are you going to tell me that that's really more dangerous and gonna, because it definitely causes bodily harm? You know, definitely go skydiving, jump out of a plane, you know, but getting spanked hard enough to leave a bruise, that's not okay. Like, come on, it's risk versus reward. There's probably not anything going to permanently harm you, and so we should all be okay as long as we're educated on the
yes.
subject and we're trying not to permanently harm someone.
The goal should not be permanent harm. There's a lot of ethical issues in kink when we start getting into permanent bodily harm. A lot of people do set it as a limit that they do not accept permanent bodily harm. And I've always found it a little weird that that's even a limit people have to place, because I would think that to fit within the realm of consensual kink, permanent bodily harm should be a baseline. Because how can you
You would
consent to
think,
something?
I mean, because not everyone agrees on what permanent bodily harm is. I mean, you could argue just to some level of body alteration is permanent harm, but then there are people with
Yeah.
kinks with all kinds of things where, you know, they embed things underneath their skins. They'll throw like
Yeah.
millions of piercings down, and you know, those people don't consider that permanently bodily harm. You know, while
Well,
someone else would.
branding.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's a
would
big
say that
Something
when we
hard
start
enough
talking
to
about something
scar.
like permanent bodily
scarification. Yeah.
harm, Yeah, permanently bodily harm, I think that means more so like cutting without consent. Because there's some people who really do seem to think they don't need your consent to like engage in knife play and cut into you. Because knife play doesn't necessarily mean, cutting, guys. It
No.
can, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. And I would argue you really can't consent to something that you don't know the possible ramifications of.
Yeah, that's why you got to be very specific with your communications, and you have to know exactly what's going to happen, because otherwise, yeah, because anything you're doing requires consent. It's not just knife play you have to consent or not. That's anything. That
You
should
want to
be
make
anything and
sure
everything.
When we're
you're
talking
on the
like
same page of
when I
like
say I
knife
like
play.
knife play, you need to make sure that my definition of knife play and yours are the same thing.
You could like just like a silicone toy shaped in a
You
knife. 'Cause
you
they make
could
those
just
specifically.
like carrying around a katana and then offering it to someone, so you're
Gosh,
not a Ronin anymore. We don't.
look, we have a guy in our server called Weeby Katana Guy. And I don't know why, but that just made me think of him immediately. And yes, he's named Weeby Katana Guy because he came into the server and like the first day he was in the server, his first time in voice chat, he was explaining to us why the katana is the superior weapon. He was given ample warning I was going to rename him. He just didn't realize I'd done it.
There is no such thing as a superior weapon unless you're going to compare a gun to a sword, in which case the gun wins. But all swords have different purposes. Katanas are not
Depends
just
on
the
the
best
kind of
sword.
gun.
It's not. I mean, general, but it's not. There is no best sword.
It's time to rename them.
A guy with a katana is not going to last long in a shield wall. I'll just put that out there. It's not. Katanas are not just all be all end all superior. That's
Okay,
not how
I'm
that works.
gonna have to hook you up with Weeby Katana Guy so you guys can duke it out.
You mean you want us to have a sword fight? Is that what you're
I don't know. Maybe
Don't
that's
king
a
shame her.
thing. Yeah.
If she wants you to watch you guys have a sword fight, like, I don't know.
saying? Well, that's fair.
I don't
That's
feel
fair.
like I'd have to encourage them. I'd just stick them into the arena and
It's
they'd
actually
just immediately go at it
the
themselves.
exact term for that is actually saber fighting, Prim. If you didn't,
Oh, is it?
yep, saber fighting is the exact term.
I'm just shaking my head in disappointment.
Not
I'm
I
sure
asked
shaking
you
to
that
say
know
that.
this
question
by
as a
now.
teenager. What is that called? If two guys fought with their dicks like swords, is that a term? Is that a thing? And I looked it up, and yeah, saber fighting is a thing.
Well, if they only thrust though, isn't it fencing?
If you can only thrust, I'm sorry.
And I mean, also like, where's the cutting edge?
Oh my
Like
goodness.
cutting
Aren't they just
edges,
clubbing?
cutting edges are not allowed in sports style sword fighting. It's not allowed. You can't have a cutting edge.
Well, who said it's a sport, mate? Maybe it's a fight to the death. Don't king shame me.
Well,
I'm just,
that would be permanent bodily harm though, and most people don't consent to.
I'm on this whole mental break here where I'm just thinking, like, I wonder if anyone has defenestration as a kink.
Particularly, probably not.
I
Throwing someone or
feel like
getting thrown out of a tall place, probably, but through a window necessarily, I don't know.
I feel like that is very specific though, because that's a trope in a lot of like cheating scenes.
I threw someone through a window once.
What is defenestration?
Throwing someone through a window.
The act of throwing
Ah,
somebody out of a window, specifically. And the
I know
fact that
there's
there's
like
a
a
word
stuck in
for
the
it,
window.
and the fact that there's a word for that specifically is something I love because I can't help but wonder how many other acts of throwing somebody through a certain orifice has a term. Is there a word for throwing somebody out of a door?
Being a cop.
Probably.
I have yet to find one.
There's a
I mean, I've never gotten looking.
metal band from the early 2000s called Defenestration that has a chick lead singer that has a fucking mad low voice. She has really good growls and stuff. You're welcome for that
Is-
fact no one asked for.
as
I
good
was gonna say
as
you would know that.
as good as what's his face from Bring Me to the Horizon? Ollie, I think his name is. He's pretty much known just for his growls and his scream.
I feel like you offended Prim on some level there.
I don't know what
I'm
to tell
just
you. That
old,
is legitimately what he's famous. Well, yeah,
so
okay,
like
maybe you
anything up
wouldn't know
like
Bring Me to the
2005
Horizon.
is new to me.
The silence, I was like, that's
I
either
was just trying to think
anger or
if I
confusion.
knew anything about anything, and
Yeah,
apparently I don't.
Trying to
would not
remember
you wouldn't know
know.
Bring Me to
remember
the
the
Horizon.
name.
Oh my gosh. Well, I think the main reason we actually brought up services within Kink was to talk about OF and Fansly, and we've yet to get there, but we were
Well, I
getting
was gonna
close.
bring that because I
But
mean, all those porn
Yet to get there,
websites
but getting
are
close.
services in Kink. That's
yeah,
a Kink based service.
we've
Mhm.
discussed the failures of porn to depict kink accurately before. And one of the few
Correct.
places you can go to get accurate porn that is actually portraying kink accurately, not all the time, but more often than not, the places that actually accurately portray these kinks are places like OF, Fansly, Reddit.
Well, that's because if you're not if you weren't an already existing industry professional, usually you're just filming what you're already doing for fun. So if you're already kinky people and you're putting that on OF, that's probably going to be a pretty good representation generally, as long as
Yeah.
they're know what they're doing. But like you just won't see that in actual porn because that's not the actual sex industry isn't about that. So you just you get lucky finding models on OF or Fansy or any one of those services because they really are just normal people that are just filming the normal kinky stuff that they do. So it just works
Yeah.
out better. Like,
In many ways, places like OF and Fansly can have much better representation of what actual kink looks like. And I think that is a really important service that we don't necessarily talk about enough. If
it's funny
you,
too. I think it used to be. I don't know if it's still like this because there's been a lot of like celebrities that are on there now. I say celebrities. I mean they are, but like it used to be that this was a number of years ago, but it used to be like the top models on OnlyFans, like 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 within like the first 2 years of that being a major service, they were all non-industry professionals. Like they were all amateurs that were just on OnlyFans. Like, and I
Mhm.
and I think I don't think that's true anymore because people that already had massive followings that were already professionals have joined the platforms. You know, that's big business now. It's not like it used to be. So I don't think that's the same now. But if I remember correctly, there's still a lot of just regular ass people that are like in like the top percentages of the site still because that's still like one of the biggest markets for finding. I don't know why I want to call it amateur anymore if it's on OnlyFans, but you get my point though.
Mhm.
it's not produced, I guess maybe would be the way to say.
I mean, I mean, you're still technically producing it if
Not
you're creating and
professionally produced.
curating it.
There you
Yeah. I would say terminology would be important there. It's produced in such that it was made to be presented on OF usually. Usually these are not just home videos that somebody decided to post randomly. They actually probably filmed it for this site specifically. But, they also are not doing it on a professional as a career
Yeah.
basis in
It's
general.
not scripted, it's not, no one focus shopped what, like, oh, I wonder what content's going to no, they're just doing what they're doing and filming it and yeah, it's not the same as coming out of a studio.
Yeah. There's definitely differences there in that way.
Weird
So
comparison, but it feels like early YouTube to current YouTube is kind of
In a
how
lot
we're
of ways.
comparing it to.
In a lot of ways,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
just an
think
extension of content creation in that way.
I
Mhm.
think Fansly is the place more now so than OnlyFans. I think OnlyFans has really gone the way of like the professionals
Yeah.
and the professional content, and part of that
Yeah,
is
there's a lot of
also
limitations on what
yeah,
can be posted on OF now that
yes,
is restricting a lot of content creators.
yeah, and a lot of payment processors don't like being on those websites or being used by those websites. So unless you are a big
Yeah.
name and you can fight with them in order to get paid, a lot of people moved away from OnlyFans specifically because OnlyFans wouldn't pay them out. Or because the
Yeah.
MasterCard would be like, no, we won't accept payment from your, and blah, 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 blah. And that was a big thing. I don't know if you guys remember that. There's a lot of articles about that because
Yeah.
the payment processors themselves were saying, no, we don't want to be involved in this. And it took a lot of big names that were like, no, I'm on this website too. I want my money. Don't jip me. And publicly posting about having problems in order for the payment processors to go, well, maybe we shouldn't do this. This is bad press. And then they pretty much gave in. But while all that was going on, most of the smaller time creators have moved to Fansly, and that's kind of, I think, more the scene now as far as I'm aware. Not that I'm super into the industry, but that's just from reading about different things. That's what I'm aware. There's smaller websites too now. Like OnlyFans and Fansly were never like the only two where you could do that and get paid for it. And there's like one-off sites like ManyVids, which is not the same thing, but there's a lot of really smaller time, just regular creators on there too. I can't remember the names of any of the other ones.
I don't know if you know, but jip is actually racist terminology.
I just
But
posted that in our
apart from that,
private chat.
I am Romanian. I'm gonna
Not
throw that out
Romanian.
there.
Not Romanian. Romani. It's different.
Well, if you're
I can't
from
speak to
old
that.
time Romania, you were Romani, and that's where my mother was from. But I get it. I won't use that term, even though I would argue that the nomenclature doesn't mean that anymore when you're using it in that way. I'm
We
not calling a
don't- we-
person a jip. That's a very
we
different.
do not get to decide that. As people who are not part of the impacted community, we do not get to decide whether it's appropriate to use the term or not.
Well, that was my argument that I am, but I get you. Fine.
My side, other than that, was I'm not 100% sure, but I think Pornhub offers the same sort of thing. Like you can be a content creator on Pornhub
Yes.
in the same way,
do.
but
They do now.
I don't also know the payment structures and stuff of how
They
Pornhub works.
they've
so it may
only
be better or worse.
they've only caught up to that because they wanted to compete. They had for a long time. They had a community of you could just sign up and you could just post your own stuff for a long time. And when they had the breakdown a couple years ago where there was that whole fight about people being posted without knowing about it on private accounts.
Yes.
Yeah. And when
That's
they made it
something
so
we take very seriously in our server too. If you're posting something, we have to know exactly who you're posting and that you have their permission to post.
There's actually a lot of kink servers where you can't post any kind of partner content because even if your partner's in the server with you, like what if you break up and they no longer consent to it anymore? So there's actually a lot of places that only allow you to post yourself nowadays. But
I don't blame them at all.
When Pornhub went through that, and nowadays if you want to sign up on Pornhub to post content, you have to go through a process, much like you would on OnlyFans and Fansly. You can't just sign up and post anything anymore. They actually disable that. You can't just like upload things to Pornhub. And now there's an official process, and you can get paid, much like you can on OnlyFans and Fansly now for your content. It's kind of gone the ghost of having regular stuff on. I don't know that there's anything actually amateur on there anymore. I think you almost have to be kind of linked to a studio to sign up for the Pornhub. I actually don't know how that works anymore. But it is much more. It is much more like OnlyFans and Fansly, and because they wanted to compete in that after that whole.
Anyone who actually posts to Pornhub. I know a lot of creators. I talk to a lot of creators. I've befriended a lot of creators. And the reason I was doing this is I talked about previously, I was looking into doing it myself because I thought it might be a decent income source. And when I was looking into it, the first thing I did was start talking to content creators to get their take on what would work, what I should do, would it work out for my situation. I've never actually met anyone who posts specifically to Pornhub. And I always found it odd because I know that there's a lot of amateur content on there allegedly, but I've somehow in all Yeah, and somehow in all of the people that I've spoken to that do this as even as their primary income, I met a lot of people, this is their primary source of income. I've never met anyone who deals with Pornhub specifically.
Yeah, because I don't think they generally do anymore. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's become more of like I already make this content. I'm already posting it somewhere else. I'm just going to market to a website that I am not currently on, just to increase my reach. But that's never like the primary spot anymore. Basically, people don't. I mean, again, you can still make money on Pornhub. It's just it's not well, and especially nowadays too, with all the a bunch of states like we live in one of the states that we can't access Pornhub unless you do the identity verification. So like
Jesus.
even that's being made like
Mhm.
impossible now. Well, I mean, because you can go through it. I don't particularly like uploading my driver's license to a fucking random verification website. It's not the Indiana government that does it. It's a third party service, and like I don't particularly enjoy sending that out there into the ether. Like it's there's a lot of ethical arguments about sharing private information like that and having to verify online. And that just makes it harder for people to access something like Pornhub.
Mhm.
If you were gonna put your business on there, it's now harder. And then
One
not
of my
every
favorite
website
things
has that. Like you can still access OnlyFans as far as I know without that. And it's
My
like
favorite thing about them, like, banning things like Pornhub, I'm like, you do know the internet is literally for porn,
exactly
right? Like, that
exactly
is what it
Mhm.
is. There's literally porn everywhere. What did you think blocking Pornhub was gonna do besides get people to the
absolutely.
darker sides of porn that are not Pornhub?
The
There
Because
more
there
Pornhub
likely for
actually has
scammers.
standards.
Mhm.
there
Pornhub has standards about what they'll post.
there are a couple other websites that are blocked too, but it's just like it's the internet. You're not actually stopping anyone from
Yeah,
accessing
they're
that at
just
all.
gonna find worse stuff on sites that are less highly monitored.
Like
And it
it's
feels
just
like
it's
a
ridiculous.
very specific type of regulation as well. Because, like, I read a lot of shit. I read a lot of manga. Uh, no sites that I've read stuff on has been blocked. It's
Yeah.
very specifically video based sites, I feel, that have been blocked for that.
They've decided that for whatever reason that Pornhub specifically is the devil, but like if you go to a place that actually allows like actual great porn, which is a thing, it's not on Pornhub, they don't allow that, but there's a lot of sites that do, and somehow those are the ones that are mysteriously not blocked. Doesn't
Hmm.
feel to me like they're taking it very seriously. They just really don't like Pornhub specifically. If they actually cared about like preventing you from seeing that kind of thing, they would be going for a different type of censorship.
No, you'd have to see that's the problem with the internet though. You'd have to have a whitelist service, which means you're not actually allowing that person to access the internet at all, except for the sites that you say they can. You'd have to by
Mhm.
default block everything else. You
Yeah,
can't
like
do that,
it's
so it can't be.
it's such a sad state of affairs. They're like, well, we need to block like one of the most highly moderated porn sites to keep people safe. Okay,
Instead of,
like
funding sex ed
Which
classes and things
yeah,
like that.
which is actually funny. After Pornhub a couple years ago went through all that and went like, no, our content's safe now and it's made officially, and there aren't people in here that don't consent, and we got rid of all the totally amateur stuff, and you don't have to worry about that anymore. And then look at this, now they're blocked anyway. Like what was even the point? I mean, it's still good that they went through
yeah.
that, but like that didn't stop them from being blocked. Like
Like I
you
am not a porn person. I don't really watch porn. Like Prim and I have done this for our meme pages where we have actually watched porn just to find a specific scene because we had an image of what we wanted to use.
oh, I couldn't. It's too fucking
Prim and I
boring.
were
That is
having a
definitely the excuse I'm using.
do you remember the time you were watching lesbian porn? Like, I can't get the right screenshot and I was dying.
It took so much effort.
And Facebook removed it
I don't
anyway.
remember I don't think I even made the meme in the end.
No,
Hours
you
wasted
did, and
watching lesbian
Facebook
porn.
removed it.
What
Facebook
have I
removed
done?
it within like 10 minutes of you posting it.
That's funny.
He watched porn for like an hour to get the right screenshot and finally got it, and then Facebook removed it immediately. Didn't even show anything.
It's actually like the only porn I've ever watched that I appreciated was like professionally produced stuff was the stuff that actually like has a script that's like funny. Like a
Oh
lot of the
my
Johnny
gosh.
Sins stuff. You know, man's been an astronaut, he's been a doctor, he's been a
Look,
mechanic.
I don't. The reason I brought it up is I don't really watch porn, but sometimes I need something specific, like an image, and I'm like, well, I don't think I'm gonna find like a random stock photo of somebody doing this. I'll have to find it in porn, and I'll go looking for a reference that way. And that's how I have to do it sometimes to get the correct reference. But because of that, I know very well what the search algorithm on Pornhub is because I don't know if you guys are familiar with the memes I make. I post some fucking unhinged shit sometimes, and I have to search for unhinged shit to find it. My algorithm is cursed on a level you can't even comprehend. Let me tell you. And I know very well that if you type the wrong thing in on Pornhub, they're just going to be like, no, you fucking degenerate. We're not even that bad. But that's the one that's being blocked most frequently by a lot of states.
I feel
Just
it's
the
more of a
most
power
widely
play because
known.
Pornhub's pretty
It is.
It
pretty
feels
huge
like
in
a
the
power
scheme of
play.
things.
It's
It's
probably
still
the
the
one
most
that
recognized.
most boomers know the name of.
Yep.
The theme song for it is a major fucking Vine at this point.
Yep. And I'm sure I don't know that legislation, that's the word I was looking for, legislation. I don't know if that legislation is going to be around for super long because I feel like they're just going to get paid to not keep that going. Like some secretive super PAC is going to donate like $1 billion and then it's just going to disappear. No one's going to have to verify their age anymore. You know what I
Like
mean?
long term, there's no way it's going to be sustainable because people from porn is the number one way to encourage porn. Keeping people from porn is why hentai or not hentai tentacle porn exists. So Will should be very invested in this.
The sigh he just sighed was great.
We made it 47 minutes before you brought.
We made it. We made it. But no, like
That was a pretty
the
decent
reason
time.
that tentacle porn exists is because of an attempt to keep people from accessing porn.
Oh, there was a lot of weird things that not just Japan. Was it this is going to drive me nuts. It was either China or Korea actually had porn completely banned for a long time. And there's a lot of I don't necessarily want to use the term softcore here because the point is that it couldn't be so sexual that you could call it softcore porn, but you could have it be like incredibly erotic. You just can't be softcore porn. And they had a lot of stuff that was where here it would be called softcore porn, but it was just incredibly erotic. And they had like a whole genre of stuff that was not porn, but it was as close as they could get to porn because it was banned for so long.
I mean, there was just a case where there was a bunch of North Korean soldiers that went to Russia and got their first access to internet.
This is on. They're apparently.
Yeah, and they're getting addicted to porn right now.
Good for
They
them.
can't
for
handle them.
exploring.
Taking the pants while they got it.
I love that that's one of the first things they discover. Porn.
Yeah, there was a bunch of articles about that just like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that's the little spiel made me think of it. I had to look it up again real quick.
But and then like Japan specifically, because they had weird porn legislation. You couldn't show the clit, and you couldn't show was like the edge of the head of a penis. I think it was like some really weird.
The little 8-bit markouts.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the bars, yeah.
And it's like, is that like what is the purpose?
You could show the inside of it though.
Mm-hmm.
Is ridiculous.
Yeah,
But
type of censorship that you find in hentai is really interesting.
That wasn't limited to hentai. They did it on their real life stuff too. Like, or like they tried their best, but it's like, bro, like, I, it's just, it's not. God, what would be the word for it? It's you're not really accomplishing what you say you set out to do, like at all. Like if the whole point is to like stop like degenerative behaviors, like you have not done. And then people are just having fun in getting around the legislation that you put out there. And you're just, what is the Barbara Streisand effect, right? Where you try and censor something and it just blows up. And
Yeah, it's by censoring it, you made it more popular.
yeah. And like, you think you're stopping people from directly accessing Pornhub unless they feel comfortable uploading their information. Sure. You know how happy the other porn websites are right now?
Right.
You know how high their
Increasing
traffic is?
traffic. Yeah.
All you've done is shifted where the business is. You haven't actually stopped any.
Especially all those sites that have some type of scammers, shit like that. Like, it just puts a lot of risk out there. I don't like it.
Yeah, and that is the other part of the
yes.
problem. Because Pornhub did go through those years, and they have all these security controls now, and they've made sure that everything that's on there, everything was consented to, and there isn't like purely amateur stuff allowed on the platform anymore. Like, so this website is safer than almost any other porn website on the internet. There's not revenge porn on there anymore. There's not people being uploaded without their consent, without their knowledge on there.
Mhm.
Like they worked to crack down on that, to remove
The
all
sites
the
where you
most
can
awful
find
things.
revenge porn are the places that people are now going
Exactly.
because Pornhub is inaccessible.
Exactly.
Yeah, all they're doing is making it worse.
It's ridiculous.
It's
And like,
just, I feel like at some point, the people who are now making this legislation have never actually experienced the millennial terror of the internet in the early 2000s and know
Well,
that the
they-
internet is just porn.
exactly.
is.
And like, wasn't it last like it's like 85% or something porn? Like it is an enormous percentage of the.
Yeah, like there's so much porn, and you're limiting such a small quantity of heavily moderated porn.
Exactly. And like, yeah, it is performative. They are getting tagged for it. It's not only them. There's a couple other places now too. But like, if you're only going to tag, what are the traffic requirements to get tagged for your ID? Like why is that even a thing? Why should it be traffic requirement based? Like it doesn't make it is just they want money. They want more money out of this industry. So they're fighting them with legislation to be like, no,
They
we're going to
can't
make
find a
it
way
difficult.
to effectively tax it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's unfair. It's ridiculous. And then people who on the bottom level, it's not being demisexuals. I'm very, very much next to you on this one, Mouse and Prim. But like, I'm not interested in porn, anything professionally produced, not interested in it. But the people who are, you've now hurt them. You've now hurt them. Being sexually active is it's not just a good common sense thing. It's also a common health thing. Okay, sexual activity is healthy for you, and you have now blocked people who maybe their favorite creator was on porn. I don't know. Maybe there was something specific that they could only find on the site. I don't think there would be, but and you've now told them, hey, fuck you. We don't care. You have to send your information out on the internet, where anyone can intercept it. Or you can't access this anymore. So, of course, they're just going to jump to a more dangerous website, a website that doesn't have those protections, a website that does allow anything. And you've driven more traffic to that. You've increased the business of the websites that are doing things that illegally, not maybe on purpose, but like where that kind of thing is happening. It's not good. It's just not smart. And the only reason why it's happening is they want more money. They want the perception of, hey, degenerate stuff is automatically bad. So, which is ridiculous nowadays age. You wouldn't think people would still have that opinion. But like you said, Mouse, these people are all like 70 years old. They don't know. They're not about.
Yeah. On that note, we could talk about the banning of TikTok. Like there's a lot of reasons that I can see why the decision looks good, but it's also a major platform. There's a lot of kink content on TikTok that people have
Mm.
learned about kink and have learned
That's
to explore kink via TikTok.
Kink talk.
And that is an opportunity that a lot of people are probably going to be losing if there isn't a Hail Mary save to keep TikTok in the
It
US.
it doesn't look like there's going to be. I don't know if you heard, but just I think it was earlier
I
today or
did hear,
yesterday. Yeah, they
yeah.
classified it the Tencent as a military.
Yep, I
Yeah,
did hear that. That's why I'm like, yeah, people are probably going to lose access to this. And it has been really freeing for a lot of people to be able to see that there's other fairly normal people who have kinks. Because, it's not just a shameful thing. There's a lot of us who are fairly normal, functional human beings. And most of the world doesn't paint people with kinks as fairly normal, functional human beings.
well, and
The idea is that you have to be like an outright degenerate, but TikTok has helped normalize it.
I mean, it's also because if you want to look at it this way, it's a continuation of the same censor. I don't necessarily want to use censorship. The same war that has been waged on sexual services, since they've been around.
Mhm.
In most places, selling sex directly, like actual being like a prostitute, is illegal. In most places, in most places here in the United States, it's not all of
Nevada.
yeah, there are very few. There's like one county where it is legal, um, but like it's the same war sex from that same like puritanical sex is bad kind of viewpoint that still lingers unfortunately to this day. I feel like it's gonna die in the next 30 years once it's like Mouse and me and Prim that are like in like the legislative body. When it's not boomers, but for now
Yeah.
it is what it.
On that note, did you hear? I heard something about this. I haven't seen a lot, but apparently some senator or another was missing. Turned out they had dementia.
Oof.
Did you hear about this one?
Oof. I did not, but it does not surprise me.
Yes, it was
Okay.
a congresswoman.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot
U.S.
of them are
lawmaker
about
absent
that.
from office for months is found living at a memory care nursing home.
A lot of them are about that
Mhm.
age, so that does not.
She's
It does not.
81, and apparently she was missing for 6 months, and nobody realized she was gone.
I mean, not to be political because I don't fall on either side of the aisle, but like it's been well known for a long time. Joe Biden serves as president of the United States. He has memory issues. He has some level of some medium to large levels of cognitive decline.
Let's
Like
be
it's
real here. At Trump's age, there's no way he doesn't either.
no.
Mhm.
None. I really think there should be a maximum age because like if you're running the country by deciding legislation, you can't have major cognitive decline. I it's just it's not right. It's not. Never mind that those people also don't reflect the majority of the people in the country anymore at that age,
Mhm.
right? Like not to be rude, but I'm sorry, you're older, a lot of your contemporaries are dead.
We should have a
You don't
cap on
represent the
how
rest of
many terms senators and Congress people can serve. Because if you're getting into politics at the age of 40, you've probably got two or three cycles in which you could actually be a good representative and represent the majority of the people in your constituency.
it's actually
And
it's
at
been
that
tried a
point, you're
couple
aging out of it.
it's been tried a couple times, but it can't get passed because there's too many old people blocking it. As awful as
Yeah,
that is to say, but that's exactly. There was a
it's
bipartisan
exactly
bill
what it
just like a
is.
couple of years ago that they tried to get passed to institute term limits, and
The
no,
good news is having this 81-year-old senator living in a dementia home might actually shed more light on the fact that maybe we should be making sure these people are cognitively equipped to be making decisions. She was supposed to be, what was she, the head of the senator or senatorial appropriations committee or something? And she'd been missing for 6 months, and they
oh
were
my
just
god,
like, well, that's weird. She never showed up for work.
that's a fair
You
point.
know, if it was a man, they would have actually went looking for her and made a big deal of it because she was the woman that no one actually gave a fuck that she was missing for 6 months.
I'll quote Jamalis in chat here.
Yeah.
If you're going to sign a bill into law that won't have effect seen till after a year of spin up, and you're statistically not likely to be around when it hits, maybe you should be forced into.
You mean say goodbye to most of the
Yeah,
people in leadership positions
Mhm.
in the United States of America?
because
Ugh.
you'd actually like if you went and looked through, you'd actually be surprised that there are a number of, I'm not going to say young people, younger people. There's a couple people around my age that
There's
are
younger people, yes.
representatives. Yeah, but they're not like the heads of any committees. They're
I
not the big
heard
names. They're not in
something
charge of it.
about AOC ran for a position, the head of something, and she got beaten out by a guy who was like 71.
That's where the power still all sits. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People who have no business being making decisions for the rest of us. But just think, like at 71, most people in any other field would be long since retired because they're no longer functioning at their best.
Yep.
I think if you hit puberty while the Vietnam War was going on, I don't think maybe that you're reflective of literally anything that's current in the world.
Mhm.
If you're going to sit
Like
here and tell me that when I'm your age, I'm going to care about the same things you will, you are automatically wrong. Because I somehow got
you
to
don't
my
care about things
age
I care
and
about as it is. It's got nothing to do with your
yeah,
age.
yeah, like people tell me all the time, like, oh, when you're my age, you're gonna care. And I'm like, sir, I have made it to 35 fucking years old and I still don't care about the shit you told me I'd care about this
I
age.
mean, that's my hope, is because there's been such a huge foundational shift in not just like small things, but in like major, like that puritanical aspect of sex is bad. Like that's not something almost anyone of our generation.
Well,
That's not a view we
that's
hold
not
anymore.
entirely true. It's evolved
There,
into different forms
uh,
where there's still huge stigma against OF models and family models because,
Yep.
they're hoes. Even if they're not actually sexually active, they're not actually fucking anybody on screen. The fact that anyone can see or is implied to be seeing their gender, there's a lot of OF models who
but
actually
here's
barely
the
post lewd content, but
he,
they're still demonized.
here's the thing though. Yes, demonized by the very small community of people that are raised in areas of the country like deep south, super Bible Belt, where that was taught to them. But the vast majority of
Mm,
people, at least that I know of our generation and younger,
I
they don't look at it like
mm-mm.
If
that
you
anymore.
were to ask the majority of mask identifying people, would you date somebody who has posted an OF or has posted nudes? Would you date somebody who has done this? You would be surprised how many people would say no.
If you look at
Well, just because they wouldn't
that
date
same thing,
someone
even
doing
like
that, that doesn't mean they don't like
the value of
respect
women
that.
who have multiple sexual partners in a small
Mhm.
amount of time, like in society, have less value. Like they're looked down upon. It's that simple. Like you could ask
Yeah.
an 18-year-old that, and they would think the same. You could ask a 30-year-old that, and they would think the
Mhm.
same. Even people the same gender as them
Yeah.
would still think it's ridiculous. Like values haven't changed, and white men still hold all the power. So nothing's gonna change
One of my
shit
favorite things is the
anytime
number of
soon.
people who think that I'm a low value person. I don't even do anything explicitly sexual. I don't have an OF. I don't have a fansly, but I'm still a low value person to a lot of people because I run a meme page that talks about sex.
I don't know that if
And
I agree. I see. Here's the thing. I think you guys' perspectives might be a little skewed because it's very easy to remember the negative events. Let me counter that.
no,
Mouse,
no, no.
do you think the
I
people that have talked down to you and said and told you that you were lower value, is the number of people who've done that higher than the number of people currently following your accounts?
I didn't say that. I'm not being skewed here. I'm
But
saying
that's
that
my
as
point.
Prim and no, listen, as Prim and I run pages, we firsthand have experience in this that you would not have because this is something we do regularly. And as a woman who does this, I'm telling you,
Mm.
my experience is that I experience a lot of
Sure,
hate
sure.
from people who do not follow my page, from people who are interacting with my page, like I'm talking on another person's page, and they'll be like, oh, well, you're just a slut on the internet. And I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? This is what my
I'm
degree field
openly
is,
a slut on
Aaron.
the internet. I've never experienced that,
Yeah, as a man,
and
it's
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 definitely
different.
to do with my gender.
As a female
Well,
who is
I've known men
posting
that have
on the
gotten hate for that.
internet in this position, even my
But
followers, a lot of my mask followers are extremely hateful to me when they realize that I'm not just somebody who will send them nudes. Men will message me. I had somebody just the
I
other day. Did I show
I
you the screenshots, Prim? I got hello, hello,
Mhm.
fuck you, go die.
I wholeheartedly
Mhm.
believe that. But my point is, if you're going to look at the demographic of people who are our age or younger, more people are supportive of you and don't give a shit and are positive about sex and do
Nobody
not act like
disagreed with
that, then
that.
are.
Nobody disagreed with that, but
Well,
I'm still
that's
saying
the
the
only thing I
percentage of
said, though.
people who are really high. It's a very, very large proportion, more so than you would think, just because they know that it's not a popular take anymore, but it is still a prevalent large group of the population.
Oh, it's not going to go away. But the point is that more people are sex positive now than sex negative, and so statistical outliers. I could get into a whole
They're
conversation
not
about
statistical
statistics here.
outliers for sure. It's definitely not a
People
small
who are
percentage.
vocal about it are that is a rare thing. Most people don't say shit
Yeah,
about.
it's like saying that incels are a statistical outlier, and that's not true at all. But incels who are brave enough to say anything without getting their asses
But
roasted,
without
that's the smallest
It's like
proportion.
racist.
without
There's a lot
going
of
into the whole
racists, but most
conversation
won't
about
say
how
anything.
statistical outliers work, because the general population, the percentage of people who are sex positive is higher of our generation and people who are younger than us,
Mm-mm.
the statistical
That's not what a
outliers of
statistical.
people who speak up about being sex positive
That's
versus
not what a
being sex
statistical
negative.
outlier is, though. A statistical outlier is somebody who doesn't fit within that spectrum. They'd have to be pretty far on the outside of that to be a statistical outlier by definition. We'd have
The
to say somebody
the statistical
statistics.
norm of people talking are that people don't. That's why they're called the vocal minority. As was mentioned in chat, the people who actually speak up to voice their opinions on things, it's like 1% out of 10. Okay, so
I
those are
have
your
to remember
statistical
that.
outliers. Let me finish.
No.
Those are your
No, a
statistical
statistical outlier
outliers.
is different than just a vocal minority. That's not the same thing.
No,
A
the vocal
statistical
minority
outlier would
is
be
the
like,
statistical outlier.
no,
I
they're
think
not. Like,
we
that's
also started with a broad topic of what sex positive will mean to different to people, and
yeah.
then tried to narrow it down to whether or not somebody considers somebody a slut for how many people they've been with.
Yeah. There's a lot
That's
of
a very
factors there.
narrowed down. Somebody could be comfortable with trying different things,
Can
but
I-
they consider that
Let's put
Can
it this
a
way.
negative in a
Can I
person.
finish?
In this scenario? Let me finish. You haven't let me explain why a statistical outlier isn't that. A statistical outlier in this case would be somebody who's so puritanical they think that anyone who's had multiple sex partners should be burned. Like that would be an extreme statistical outlier. That's why they're called statistical outliers.
If you're
They're so
talking
far
about
outside of the sample. They're so far outside of the sample that including them in the statistics would cause a huge skew in the accuracy.
in what
of it.
you think I said, you're right, but that's not what I was saying. Let me finish. Because my point isn't just the people that believe in being sex positive or sex negative. My point is that the people who are voicing their opinions at all, if only 1 out of 10 people voice their opinions, the people that are comfortable enough to voice are a statistical minority in terms of the general population, right? Now, the thing is, the people who speak up about sex historically have been very negative because the vast majority of the population, before again our generation and younger, were very sex negative. So your statistical outliers, the people who will speak up, were very much more commonly going to be sex negative because that was just the common prevalent value.
It's a definition issue here because a statistical outlier
my point
and a
is
statistical minority are not the same thing.
my point is that because that is changing, because the people that believe that being sexually free and positive is perfectly fine, because that is increasing, and I think once a lot of the older people nowadays are dead, that's going to be the incredible vast majority. It's not yet, of course not, but it will be eventually. The point is that because that sex positivity is increasing, the 1 out of 10 people that will speak up and be positive and say, no, this is fine, this is all fine, that's going to be the more common situation. And that has even started to come to fruition. There's a lot of people on social media and a lot of these kink services and kink websites that speak up and say, no, this is fine. This is all fine. You're crazy. Even on plain Twitter, have I seen people calling OnlyFans models and fancy models crazy things on Twitter? Sure, absolutely. I've seen that. I've also seen a lot of people hit back at those people saying they're just selling their body like anyone else does. Who cares? Like, none of this, all of this is fine. It's just sex. Like, it's all okay. Nothing's wrong with that. I see just as much of that nowadays because the values of that statistical minority who will speak up has changed.
I think that we're having a miscommunication here on, first of all, the definitions. And also, just because we're seeing it online or you are experiencing it online doesn't necessarily
Mm,
mean that that's what the general population is thinking. That is your
yep.
experience as an observer versus my experience as an observer. And I'm telling you that my experience as somebody who is in the line of fire for this is very different. And I don't believe that it's really as low of a percentage of people who still hate people who work in anything to do with the sex industry. It's a lot
I
more than
think
you think.
I think we'll exist in quite sex positive spaces, especially in the communities it is in as well.
Mhm.
Like you get a bunch of guys together with like cis white dudes in a room, and every single one of them will be like sex negative to some percentage, if not totally. And
Sometimes they
that's
feed off
just
of
how
each
it is.
other to
Like,
make it worse too.
yeah, it's the culture is sex negative still. And I think
It's more sex
people who
positive
are
than
sex
it used to
positive
be
are more
for
likely to
sure.
speak out about it,
Well, I think
but
there's
people who are
more
sex
sex
negative aren't.
positivity than there used to be,
S-
but there is still a very, very strong pull towards sex negativity on a
Yeah.
personal level. Like if they're talking about,
Mm.
well, I think OF models are great, but I wouldn't date one personally because they're
s-
whores.
See, here's the thing, though.
Yeah. Or even
I
porn is
think
still considered dirty.
I think you're giving the value of the people who speak up sex negatively a larger voice than they have, because for every one person who's saying something negative about someone that is active sexually on the internet, there's 1,000 people who have subscribed to that person for
But
their content.
you that's
There's
true, but
also
that doesn't mean that they're not also
100,000
being
people who are
negative.
sex negative and quiet.
Yeah. Just because they're
Yeah,
following
if
me
you're
doesn't
sex
mean
negative
that
and
they don't hate me.
that's fine. You can hate and hate watch. People hate watch shit all the
I'm
time.
telling you right now, like as a page owner, there's a lot of people who follow me because they like my content, but they fucking hate me as a person. And they tell me so if they interact with me and they're like, well, I only follow you for your content. You're just a fucking whore. If I have to call them on anything like their behavior. And I'm just like, okay, go off, dude. That's a fucking hot take for somebody who's been following me for 2 years, but sure. And this is something that you run into when you're running a page is like you'd be like, oh yeah, I've got this many followers, but how many of them also hate me because this is what I do? They're cool with the content I post, they like the content I post, but me as a person for posting it, I'm bad. I'm wrong. I have less value. And it's a really weird dichotomy that you run into, but as a woman, it's also not an unusual dichotomy to run into. It's
Yeah.
just,
It's literally the culture.
Doesn't that
yeah,
happen in
It's
every industry,
societal
though?
norms across the board.
Doesn't that happen
it
in every public facing industry?
to a degree, but with anything to do with sex, there is a bigger moral dichotomy that you run into.
That's where I disagree.
People,
I don't think it has been historically, but I think it is shifting away from it being something morally about sex.
the
And people are still going to hate on you for being a public figure, no
shifting
matter what.
is occurring, but it's not as quick as you would think. There's still a
Yeah.
very vitriolic undercurrent that's not necessarily as vocal, but they're very much so there. Just because you're not seeing them doesn't mean that they're not there. And I would warn against thinking that there's going to be a huge minority of millennials who are going to be like, yes, we love hoes. I am very much so pro ho, but not everybody is. And even people who are surface level, very pro sexual expression, when it comes to them personally, they would be uncomfortable with their partner behaving that way or being sexually vocal and emphatic. Like they just are not comfortable with it in their own personal lives. So they're cool with it on a cultural level, but when it comes to personally, there's a very large proportion of people you would be surprised that they just are not comfortable with bringing that home.
I
It's
don't
cool
think
for you, just
there's
not for me.
I don't think there's any I don't think that's being sex negative. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. There's a lot of people that do things that I support them doing, don't agree with, wouldn't do myself. I don't really care about it, but like I don't
This
think
is
that's necessarily
what
sex
we're
negative.
saying. Just
Yeah,
because
that's the
I'm not
indifference
calling it
though. We're
sex
talking about
negative.
negativity.
Yeah.
Like being
It's
indifferent to
not
other people's, consensual actions is not the equivalence here as seeing women as objects non-consensually, or like ask any woman, queer person, like even non sex industry related, and the experience will be vastly different from what you think is happening
Yeah.
just in everyday life.
As a woman who actually is posting sexual memes, I can tell you that I run into a very bizarre dichotomy on a regular basis of people who love my content and support my page up until they have to interact with me personally, and they very clearly do not respect me because I'm posting the content that they're consuming. And it's very, very bizarre. And they'll call me a whore and a hoe. And I'm like, I haven't been sexually active in years. So it's such a weird thing to say, but cool. I'm glad you like my memes, but like that makes me a bad person. It's very, very odd, but it's still very prevalent. And as any woman who's ever posted anything sexual, even just bikini photos, women get so much hate for it because even people who are on the surface sex positive sometimes have that undercurrent of, well, that still makes you a whore and therefore I don't respect you. They
Right.
may
And
not
my
even
my
necessarily be conscious for all these people.
my point isn't that you don't receive hate. My point is that the proportion of it versus people who support you is my point.
I don't think that's necessarily true either. I think
You'd
that
have to
the
run
I
the
think
numbers.
that there is I think that there is definitely a greater majority of, or greater proportion of people who are less hateful, but I don't think the change is occurring as quickly as you might think.
I think it's happening a lot quicker than you think.
I disagree as somebody who's actually posting in the industry.
Yeah, but that's my point though. You are the spear front, so you're going to experience all those bad things way more
But
than
you're
most
also
anyone else
not
does.
on the spear front, so you're going to be experiencing not nearly as much.
Right. There's nothing wrong with that. But
Why would
my
your experience be more valid than mine?
you are in a place where I have the default experience because I'm not on the spear front.
Yeah, so you would not necessarily have all of the information that somebody on the front would have.
I-
I'm
It's
not saying
just
that my
like, man,
experience is
No,
having the
100%
default
true.
experience
but that's my
is
point.
not the
Your experience is anecdotal because you're on the spear front. Unless
And
you've
yours is
gone and
anecdotal
ran the
because you
numbers.
don't actually have statistical information for it. You're just telling us what you're observing.
I see traffic numbers is really what I pay attention to in terms of likes, subscribes, pages that people are visiting,
Oh,
the things
that
people
is
are posting
virtually
online.
meaningless in terms of whether or not
Mm,
they actually are positive.
mm. If you look at celebrity culture, there's a lot of celebrities that do OnlyFans, Fansly, that are on Pornhub doing different. It has become a vastly more You got to remember because the generation we grew up on. Can you imagine when we were 10 if that was like a thing? People were being publicly like yeah, I do porn. That wasn't a thing. That was now everyone has no problem stating, hey, I'm on OnlyFans, Fansly. They advertise on the social media profiles.
Oh, no,
That
there's
was
a
not
lot of people who have trouble saying that. There's a lot of people who do that would never admit to it or wouldn't say it publicly because they know they'd face a lot of hate.
well,
It's
but my
actually,
point is that most of the popular culture figures that do it are very open about the fact that they.
yeah, and that's not quite the same thing, though. To
It's a
say that
sign.
there's
It
people
is
who
a
do it,
sign of how the culture has shifted.
it's
I
starting to
mean,
shift, sure, but that doesn't
what
mean that
about if
we're
like
there.
people in a job find out that you're into kink on the weekends?
There's
Like
teachers who
you
get
lose
fired for
value at
it.
your job, you get
Yeah,
fired, like you get demeaned.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the default experience.
I'm not saying the
There's
old
a
It's not
culture
lot.
isn't
yours.
gone. The old culture is not gone. The old culture is very
It's
much still
still the
around.
majority.
I
I don't agree with that. It's the majority for the people that are older than us. All the generations older than us, all of them, yes, by far, by far.
Well, a lot of the people in these positions are getting to be Gen Xers too, and they're not that much older than us. So a lot of the people making these decisions are now in the Gen X community as well.
I feel like it really only shifted, like for people of our generation, like because the big thing that helped change it was the internet, and Gen X, I know they were almost adults by the time the internet was really like a big thing. They don't have the experience that we did, really. And a lot of them are still not internet capable people, surprisingly. You'd think they would be nowadays, but nope. And I think there's a big difference. Part of the big culture shift is the difference between people that grew up on the internet, are big on the internet, into internet culture, and the people who aren't. And a lot of the people who aren't still do have those old values
I
because
think
they're
we also have to
not.
remember that we grew up in a culture that valued shock porn, and it was not in a positive way. And in many ways, we still have negative connotations to porn, even if we are more acceptable or acceptive of seeing it around us and accepting that it exists and embracing it. That doesn't mean that we don't see the people creating, posting, or marketing this content as any less negatively as a culture. It's more acceptable, but that doesn't mean it's respected or valued as highly.
I maybe not yet. Like I'm saying though, I think it's getting.
I think the change is occurring, but I think the change is occurring slowly.
Well, as it's changing at the speed of older people dying.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I think it's generation to generation will probably see improvement, but historically, if you look at how this kind of thing goes, there's usually something that causes a sudden backlash in conservative values. You see this all the time in history too. If you look at historical examples, there's
The
sexual
Roaring
freedom,
20s.
women dressing more promiscuously compared to like what Victorians would have done. Victorian values very different from previous courts. They were actually I think it was the Jacobite courts in England that they had their breasts out for a lot of court or dances and things like that, and that was just the accepted fashion. That would have scandalized people a couple generations later. But it was accepted court fashion 100 years before. We have these fluxes in values, and we're currently definitely on a positive flux, but we're not necessarily extremely accepting of it. There is still taboo and negative connotations associated with sexual expression. But that doesn't mean that, say, Gen Alpha won't be completely against it. We don't know. There's a lot of different factors that affect whether or not these things are stigmatized or accepted or popular.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I think the internet the internet has changed a lot on how, not even just like inside the United States. I mean, like globally, how things change and shift regarding value swaps. It's changed a lot. So, because I could get into it about even the American political system, which used to do the very same thing. It would swap between progressive and conservative over, I think it was like every 100 years or so. And in terms of which party was which and different things. But because of the internet, it was because we were supposed to swap nowish. Well, I should nowish 20 years ago. But the internet has changed how that works because of the speed of transmission of information, the fact that you're getting all of these people all in one place. Maybe the best we can say is that we don't know what's going to happen because the internet is around and it changes how things. So I don't know. I think it's going to keep trending positively. I think it's going to keep getting more progressive. I don't think anyone's going to give a shit. Most people don't give a shit nowadays. And what I see, if someone's doing porn, but I don't know. We'll see.
It's hard to say, but historically, if we look at how things trend, they never trend in one direction for very long.
Well, that's the
We're
thing.
having more
Historically, we didn't have the internet.
extreme changes. That's true, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have the internet or freedom of expression for as long as we think, because we are already seeing signs of constriction where they're trying to limit things like Pornhub. How do we know that in the next 10 years there won't be an extremely conservative shift
Yeah,
to preventing us
but
from
that's the
posting
thing.
things like that?
You can't really censor. You can't censor the internet. That's the thing. That was the argument I was making earlier. People just go
China's
elsewhere
doing a
on the
pretty
internet.
good job.
Of what? Just don't use Pornhub. Go elsewhere.
China's got a lot of restrictions there. Not that they're
China does,
good, but
yes, but people get around them all
yeah,
the time. That's what proxy servers are
they
for.
do. They
You
do.
you
But
can
like, there's
try
punishment for it.
you can try to censor the internet. It just doesn't work. There's a Minecraft world that acts like the Library of Congress, where if you live in a country that restricts internet access, you can get access to any public blogs, newspapers, magazines, and whatnot and it's like the Library of Congress, like I said, it's just globally, and you can just go download that Minecraft world and hop into it. Like no matter what method of trying to censor the internet that you can use, there are always ways around it, and people will always. The internet is such a game changer for any kind of information, cultural stuff. It is things are different because of it in ways that would take me out. I could talk about this for hours because it's something I have a massive interest in, but it is hard to say what's going to happen.
I will say that there is change occurring, but I don't think the change is occurring as quickly as you would think. I think that specifically as somebody who is not actually much of a whore myself, uh, I just post things that are extremely sexually charged. I get so much hate and disrespect from it from people who have been loyal followers of mine for more than 2 years. And these are people who I know have followed me for 2 years. I've interacted with them, but when it comes down to it, they don't respect me as a person. Some of my followers are amazing. They are genuinely some of the coolest people I've met. I have followers who I really enjoy speaking to. And then I have followers that I know that the first time I actually have to tell them to stop doing something, it's going to be a blowout fight 'cause they don't fucking respect me whatsoever. And that is just part of what I do. Being somebody who posts kink memes, I get hate from people who are enjoying and consuming the content I'm creating. They enjoy the content, they accept the content, they respect the content. They do not respect the creator of that content, almost entirely because I'm female, which is interesting, but also not unexpected.
I mean, I don't know how you can say it's trending towards positivity either when like laws are literally being passed to take away trans people's bodily autonomy.
I think
Like,
that that
you
is
know, how
also
you
a
can
sign
stop
that there
people
is a
finding stuff on the internet, restricting people's access to the internet entirely.
I can very easily counter that. It's because the people making those laws are the people that are 70 years old and part of that ancient culture.
not entirely. There's a lot
Ooh,
of
so the
younger
nepotism's
people.
going to change that how when there's the other white people that and straight fucking men who directly benefit from that power who are coming up now who are not going to benefit from women and trans people having more rights. Like, how's that going to change the culture exactly?
Because
Like,
most of the young people that are getting into the
color,
government do not hold those values.
don't have power either.
No, they don't have power now. No, they haven't been entrenched in the system for 40 years. They're not.
The 1% isn't going to change the hundreds of years of nepotism.
I think that there is
1% change is good. It's great, but it's still only 1%.
Yeah, I think that we're definitely seeing change. And I appreciate that we're seeing change. And I hope the trend of change continues. But I'm also going to not get overly optimistic just because of how historically trends have shifted. And we're already seeing a very strong conservative pushback to prevent the spread of sexual expression.
Right, but that just doesn't work. That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
We've gone too
for
far as a
centuries,
culture.
for centuries it has worked. We've gotten to places where things were slowly starting to improve, and then I mean, the internet may not be something that's going to not be controlled eventually. We don't know for sure what is going to happen. We can't say that the internet will be an unbridled, unstoppable force for forever.
I can, because, well, I it's there is nothing you can stop someone from doing on the internet, no matter what it is. You
You can
want
stop them
freedom?
from having internet in many ways.
Yep.
All they have to do is
That's
make
my
it
point.
inaccessible cost wise.
Yep. I mean, poor people don't have access to everything you can do on the internet.
All they have to do is
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's already
restrict
restricted in a way.
all they have to do is restrict the access. Steps they've made to make internet accessible for rural communities and for people in lower income socioeconomic status in bigger city areas. All they have to do is start rolling that back, and suddenly they have a lot of control over who can access what again.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be surprised. I have friends that live in places in Texas where they literally don't have the infrastructure for internet, and they still get internet.
I live in an area where I had to use things like HughesNet, where it was all satellite based. And let me tell you, we had like 2 hours where we could download things at a normal speed before it would crash out. And let me tell you, it was really, really hard to access the internet, let alone have access to videos or a lot of data. If I wanted to use the internet in a meaningful way, I had to go on campus to my courses, to libraries to be able to use the internet. And of course, there'd be restrictions at those libraries and on the school internet as to what I could access.
Right, but
There's a lot of ways they could control it.
that is an incredibly small part of the country that doesn't have internet infrastructure in these days.
That's
And
true,
it's
but it doesn't
mostly
necessarily
like in the
mean
middle of
that
Texas somewhere.
you're no, no, no. That's not true whatsoever. Like half the Midwest doesn't have infrastructure like that. But also, if you're in a lower socioeconomic area and you don't have the financial means to have internet access at home, you do become reliant on Wi-Fi and hotspot access at establishments that do have TOS that you agree to access internet at those locations.
You just need a phone nowadays.
That doesn't mean that phones can't start restricting what they can and cannot access. Like phone companies could start limiting what they will and will not transmit.
They could start doing that. They're not right now, though.
This is the example that we're giving you, though, that this doesn't mean just because the internet exists, that doesn't mean that it'll necessarily keep expanding the positivity.
But the point is that it is right now. And unless
right
you
now,
see massive changes in how we treat the internet.
I mean, I do kind of foresee massive changes. We're already starting to see it.
I don't know.
Didn't we just discuss like the banning of TikTok?
Yeah.
Oh, of TikTok, changes. Sure. But that's the point. You could block if you block any one thing on the internet, people just go to a different similar thing. I don't care if TikTok gets banned. Kat will be very upset. She loves TikTok. She's on TikTok all the time. But you know how many programs that are like TikTok that exist?
I mean, not necessarily programs. Like Blue Sky is a good example. Blue Sky is expanding, but eventually Blue Sky is also going to not be as free access or as well moderated as people were hoping it was going to be. Because eventually, as with all of these social media platforms, things will change. There is no consistently good platform because eventually moderation increase. People wanting to have more oversight over it will increase. Legislation controlling this kind of thing will increase. Like, look what's happened with Meta and X. Now we have Blue Sky, and Blue Sky is great in a lot of ways, terrible in others. And eventually that will get cracked down on too. TikTok's being cracked down on. We're talking about the internet as a form of free expression. Yes, it is, but there is also a lot of mechanisms in place and processes trying to control that. So we can't say that it's just an unstoppable force because they're trying really hard to stop it.
It hasn't ever happened yet. And when it comes to social media networks and cracking down on control, you do know there's open source peer-to-peer hosted social media networks that literally can only be moderated by the people who set them up and you can't block access. You can't set. So like there's solutions for all of that.
How much of the general population is using that though?
Yeah,
surprisingly, I think Mastodon is one of them. A surprising.
We were already talking about how if you can't afford internet access, that doesn't matter.
But the point is, well, it's free. It's open source. But like the point is, if you block access to the other sites, if the other sites have issues because they're being moderated, because they're being controlled, people jump to that next one. Just like what's happened with porn.
You do have to have the ability to access the internet, and most people have to pay to be able to do that. And if they can't afford it, then it doesn't matter if it's open source or not. They still will have trouble accessing it.
It's once again, it's like it's your 1% that is doing these things.
As a quick Google search, as of 2024, nearly 97% of Americans have internet access. That is up from 71% in 2015.
Let's also clarify. That there were steps taken over the last couple of years to expand internet access to lower income and less.
It was 71% in 2013. It's 97% now.
So to clarify, if they decided they wanted to crack down, how easy do you think it would be to remove that growth?
If they decided hard, because Starlink is a thing. But the point is that is not the reality of what it is now. Is it possible that changes in the future?
Sure.
Right,
That's
but
what
that's
we
a
were
what
saying.
if. What if
Well, that was the
aliens
entire
invade? I don't.
discussion. Well, that was
It's
the entire discussion. We were
but in
talking
terms
about
of
that we
possibilities,
don't
I don't
know.
think that's a
No,
realistic one.
well,
I don't think
that
they're
was
going to
literally what we
remove
were
access for.
discussing, though. You said you didn't think it was possible for them to change it, and we're telling you it's very
You
possible.
just said they just spent the last 10 years giving access and
And
building
I'm also
infrastructure for
telling
people to
you
access the internet.
that it's possible they could decide to take that away if it no longer serves their interests.
Right, but no one is doing that. Is my point.
They could be.
That's
They're already cracking down on Pornhub, TikTok.
right, but that's
social
on the
media
websites
platforms.
that are on the internet. That's not access to the internet.
And
And
if
for
they
every
decide,
Pornhub
like
that is
what we were,
blocked, there's 10
well,
more that people go
remember
to.
what
Is
we
my
were saying about Pornhub and how they were trying to restrict access to certain things like porn and make
and
it
my
so
point
it
is
had to
that they
be age verified? No. Let me finish. If they decided they wanted to take that more seriously and start to really start censoring porn on the internet, the first step they would do would be to start limiting internet access or limiting who could access the internet or making sure that you were of a certain age to access the internet. Or if you were going to access the internet below a certain age, you had to have certain credentials. Things
right.
like that would
That
start
would
being
be the
brought
way to
up.
do that, right? But they're not doing that now.
But that doesn't mean that they couldn't. And that was the point that was being made.
I
Is that
don't.
they
I very
could
much
very
doubt.
easily do that. And we're kind of trending that direction.
I very much doubt that. Blocking
But that was the point
access to a
being made.
website is very different than blocking access to the internet as a whole. It's very,
But
very,
it's
very
not
different.
impossible. And we are having a much more conservative government taking over.
Blocking access to drugs doesn't mean you can't get drugs. It just makes it more dangerous to go around
correct.
to get
And
drugs.
and
in a
yet
different
people
way.
that want
And so
drugs
that's
still
the same thing you're saying.
right.
But it's
making
not.
Yes, it
dangerous
starts
to
a black
do it.
market
And no
that
one
always
is
exists and
But,
people
making
always
it
have
easier to
access.
get drugs.
you're not going to make it so that that's making the perception of what's being accessed more positive.
Right, but that's not
So
how the
maybe,
internet or porn on the internet is really being treated as a whole, right?
but it could be. Well, the point we're making is you're saying that there's going to be continuous positive growth. I'm saying I doubt that because historically that's not what you see. And
But
you said that
historically,
you didn't
that's
think
what's
that was
happened over
possible.
the last 20 years. There is
Yeah, but if you look
nothing.
at history,
There
well,
is nothing right now that says the last 20 years of sex positivity growing is going to change.
except for
Grant
the
people's rights
cycle of
to take on
history
that.
throughout the last,
That the
several
cycle of history
centuries.
does not include the internet. That's my point. The internet is a
But
game
that
changer in many
doesn't
ways.
matter.
It
They
does.
said the same thing about the printing press, Will.
And the printing press did the exact same thing.
It
And
did, but
people
there was
did try and
also,
stop it. Look how
well,
awful we
there was
look at book
also,
burning nowadays.
you're already missing the point. There was waves of conservatism that brought back and stopped a lot of the liberal growth that was occurring. The
That was
pushes towards education. There was a lot of repression
that
that
was
occurred trying
something
to
much
control that.
easier to do with a printing press
But Will,
and
you're
physical
making the
books.
same
The
argument
internet is different.
that was made. I just posted in our chat the pictures of Jacobean dresses where their titties were out. There's a lot of liberation. There was a lot more freedom of expression for women, sexual expression. And what do you think happened in the next couple of centuries? There is a very
Right.
continual push forward and push back. And I know that you seem to think that we're going to keep pushing forward, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's true. And the internet may not change things the way that you think it will permanently.
I think you're going to be very surprised.
I think you will be, because historically, they say history repeats itself. This is the lesson people have to learn: is history repeats itself.
I think historically proven, Will is going to be historically non-affected by this based on his gender and his
It's true.
and like it's yeah, like you're not coming from a place where you're an affected people for the most part.
Women are
Like, I think
historically
that's
much
the
more
point here.
largely affected by these types of changes.
Like you'll probably be one of the last people in line that's affected by. Like you're not affected by getting the pill.
Well, unless you're saying
what I
they're
mean?
going to block
Access to the
internet
pill.
access based on gender, I don't think that's true.
We weren't saying that at
Nothing
all.
was
We're
blocked.
saying that the changes
but
in
that's
access and censorship and perception of sexual expression do change over time. Whether or not they're blocking over gender is completely irrelevant. The
it has to
changes
do
that
with whether or not
occur,
I'm going to be the last person affected, because
yeah,
that's what Prim
yeah,
just mentioned. But my
Historically
point is,
yes,
speaking,
you
will
would be the last
you are
person
proof
affected. It
of
has
this.
nothing to do with whether or not you personally have internet access.
well, we're talking about internet access being the vehicle of change here, or
Yes.
at least I was. So for me to be the last person affected by
We're
the
not
vehicle
talking
of
about-
change that is internet access,
That's
my
not what
internet
we were
access would have to
saying.
be gated based on my gender. That is
That's not what
exactly
was being
what's
said
being.
at all. No, it wasn't. We
Well,
were
then how
saying
would I
that
be the
you would
last
be the
person affected
last
by
person
access
being
to internet?
affected by the cultural change that would be made by this vehicle of change.
How
You
would I be
would
the
not
last?
be affected by the
Because
cultural
either I have
change.
internet access or I don't. So what
It
change is
has
going to happen
nothing
with
to
internet
do
access
with
that
you.
stops?
You are not a person who is a female person online posting sexual content who is being affected by this cultural change we were discussing. We've
But-
been saying all along, no, we were saying all along that there is a positive change occurring. And we were talking about ways in which that cultural change could be shifted and not be positive anymore. And if that change became less positive, you would not be the first person to notice that change.
And my point is that as long as the internet exists and people have access to it, it is shown to keep being more positive because that is the
But
way the
we've
internet trends
already
things.
showed you that's not likely to happen based
No,
off of
you said that's not likely to
centuries.
happen. I don't agree with that.
We've
Centuries
shown you
that
that-
we did not have access to. The internet
And they
changes
said the
things.
same thing that the printing press would permanently change things, and it
It
did in
did-
some ways, but it didn't. No, listen, it didn't permanently change cultural experience for women at all. It did not
of course.
prevent expression. It did no. It did
How
not
do you think
prevent
women?
restriction of things.
How do you think women started to express themselves in a way that the majority of people
So
could
tell me
read
more
what
about your
women wanted?
femininity, Will, and how much you've had to struggle to express yourself as a woman.
The thousands of famous feminist writers in history that wrote major books that got famous all just turned over in their graves.
How about those who didn't get their books published? Because they
No,
weren't
sure,
profitable?
absolutely they existed. I'm not saying they didn't.
So you
The point
can
was that the
understand then
printing
that
press
there
was a massive change that
so
has
you can
not stopped.
comprehend that there was definitely suppression that occurred and backward
There's
slides and
always
setbacks along the
suppression,
way.
but my point is that the internet is a different
Okay, so
thing than
you just made my point for me. There's always suppression, and that suppression.
And then
does
I said,
cause
but the
backward
internet is
slides
different.
and forward and backward. No, it's not. It's just
It
another mechanism.
1000% is no.
not.
No, it is not. The internet is something that has never existed in history. Nothing like it has existed in history.
And
The fact
before
that
the
something
printing
can
press,
happen,
nothing existed like that
the
before
fact
either.
that something happened in Jordan and you could know about it in the next 20 minutes rather than next month or
This
next
is the
year
same
is
exact
different.
argument as the printing press. When the printing press came out, it was the biggest thing. And nothing
Except
like
when the
that
printing
ever
press
existed before in history.
is fully available to almost every single person. When the transmission of that information happens instantaneously. When transmission of the information cannot be blocked and is accessible by anyone as long as you even are trying to do that. It is different.
So,
it is the same
people-
advancement, but the scale of it and the ability to access it is
different.
different.
That argument. You're saying if you're even trying to do it, as if everyone's going to have the financial.
Well, yeah. If you
means.
see Pornhub is blocked and you give up looking at porn, that's on you. You should know there's other porn
So if
websites out
somebody
there,
doesn't have
and you can go look
access
them.
to the internet and they can't access
97%
the internet to find things.
97%.
They're just not trying hard
Up from
enough.
71% to 97%.
And
Yes.
that is because the government allowed that. The
It doesn't
government
matter
put
who
funding
allowed it.
into it.
It happened. It happened.
Up until they decide not to, or that infrastructure stops growing or breaks down, or they decide to make the internet less accessible or more expensive.
Well, that's where we
that can
disagree because
change.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Why would you think it wouldn't happen?
I think the core of this argument or debate really sets in, yes, each generation has came up with its own new way of mode to get a new perspective on their sexual restrictions or positivity. Each time there is that push and pull. Right now we are progressing very
We
far, but
we also
there
don't know what
is
Gen
now
Alpha will
still
do.
there's still going to be the rush, the scramble to continue to try and restrict that with every push. Like Prim
And
brought
the
up with the
next-
trans rights.
The next couple of
Abortion.
generations could
It
decide that they are extremely conservative valued. And there's not necessarily a whole lot we can do to stop that. I mean, we could try, but the reality is, historically, there are always pulls towards one direction or the other. And there's not a whole lot we can do to prevent that from happening in the future because that's just how things go. They might start to see our push towards sexual expression to be old fashioned and cringe in the next couple of generations.
Mhm.
Like we look at how people in the 80s and 90s looked at the free love era of the 70s as like, oh, that's kind of cringe. And there were tropes about, sweaty hippie orgies. And it was just gross to people. I mean, that's not to say there wasn't different sexual expression in the 90s, but there was a push away from that. And it's very likely that in the next couple generations, things like OF and fans being popular could be seen as like an incredibly cringe portion of American history or Western history. We don't know for sure how things are going to pan out. Just because there's internet access doesn't mean that there won't be a push towards more conservative values in the next couple of generations.
See, here's the thing though, because actually the push and pull of things over years is actually something I've looked into, but we're way past time. But I'll end this with this. Okay, this is the last thing I'll say on the subject. Do you know why those push and pulls happened? Because I can tell you why those push and pulls happened.
You remember I'm an anthropologist, right?
Oh, yeah. So you do recognize that just value shifting and different generations growing up and different generations having different values, and that pushes and pulls as people grow and different portions of the country have the power to make the, all of that, right? You understand all of that, right?
Very well, which is why I've argued that there is push and pull and we will never stop
Now,
it.
how do you think that push and pull is affected when almost everyone has access to the internet? 67.5% of the planet has access to the internet.
I don't think it'll change.
And the culture is not something that is generationally decided, but is something that is a hodgepodge of everyone on the planet on one internet together.
No, the internet is very much so generationally pushed. The way that we speak on the internet now is now very much so leaning towards how Gen Z is expressing
but the
themselves.
point is that we all do that together. That's my point. The internet changes how that push and pull happens.
The way the culture on the internet is pulling us, but that doesn't mean it won't change.
But the point is that we all change together. Is the
that doesn't mean that we won't change and go back. That doesn't change anything about historically how things go. I very
100%
heavily disagree.
Because the values that people are learning growing up, it's not a push and pull like it used to be. It's based on the mega culture that is the internet. It is different than it used to be.
That doesn't mean it won't change.
It would be the first for the internet to not change towards a more progressive stance on something.
The internet is such a short-lived thing that it will change. It's not going to be stagnant. It's not going to keep going in one direction. That's not how anything works. It's a very, very new thing. And maybe it has expanded into pushing more liberal ideas about sexual expression, but that doesn't mean that's going to continue to do so. It is doing that for now.
It would be a shift if it did.
It's doing so for the time being. We're seeing a positive shift, but that doesn't mean that it will continue to do so in the next couple of generations.
Were you going to say something, Brett?
I said it looks like it's doing that, but like I said, like it doesn't reflect actual culture and the views that people hold, like that they're not saying out loud. You know what I mean? Sex positive people in my anecdotal experience speak out more, and so a larger percentage of sex positive people speak sex positively. And so if it's a vocal minority who are saying negative things, it doesn't change the fact that the large majority of the culture have sex negative views. Maybe not all their views, but their views on women, their views on kinds of sex, like pegging, for instance. Like you bring up pegging around straight dudes, tell me that's sex positive. It's just it's like
I bring up pegging for my straight friends all the time. We're always talking about pegging each other,
but that's not indicative of the majority of the culture.
Yeah.
That's what
I
you
would
have a
say,
community, a positive community, and I love that for you personally. That's great,
yeah.
but that's not
I don't live in
indicative
an
of
area
the
where
culture.
I don't live in an area where there's much, if any, sex positivity in real life. There's not a whole lot of sex positive communities. I live in a very conservative area. So I understand that that's not really the majority of my community here. And on the internet, because I'm in a very sex positive space, my experience on the internet is going to be very sex positive, except for when I run into people who are not. And there's going to be a lot of people who even following me who are sex positive up until the person who is posting those sex positive ideas gets involved, because they're fine with the ideas but they're not cool with the person presenting those ideas, especially if they're a woman. There's already definitely growth, like the idea is more accepted, but that doesn't mean the people presenting them are. And I don't necessarily see a big sudden shift in acceptance and destigmatization occurring rapidly, because we just don't see that happening with other areas of, things that have been considered taboo, such as being, you know atypically presenting in terms of your gender or sexuality. You are still going to experience a lot of negative
I don't know that I
when
agree
you're
with that either.
exist.
Look at marijuana.
I didn't say that. I said people who are expressing in different sexual
Well,
different
you
sexual
said
expressions and
general
genders.
taboos.
I did, but marijuana's also got a very large stigma against it. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it took a long, long time to get there. But look at
Oh,
how
absolutely.
trans people are still treated. We're, you know, societally kind of okay with trans people if you look at like the general what's on the internet. But if you look at how trans people are treated and what their experiences are, it is not a good time for them. And it's getting worse. So we can't
Using
necessarily
weed as
say
an example as well, your experience with weed is not a black person's experience with weed.
that's true. Yeah. Somebody who
Like, they're
is
more likely to be incarcerated for crimes you'll get away with.
that's
Crimes
Right,
in
true.
quotes, because I don't think it's
but
necessarily
my
useful
experience with
either.
weed has
But
nothing to do with the fact that weed is now legalized in large parts of the country when it didn't used to be. That has nothing to do with
Yeah,
my
but that
culture.
doesn't mean that
it's
a
a non-issue for
person,
white people for the most part.
yeah.
You're ignoring
Right,
the
but that's
undercurrent in the
that
culture.
but that has nothing to do with what I was saying.
But
I
I'm
mean,
just
it
saying once.
does. It's just showing that there's like a difference in the way you're perceiving things versus the way I'm perceiving things versus the way somebody
You
from a
you
different background would perceive
you
things.
you think a black guy wouldn't recognize that large parts of the country have made it legalized and it's better now than it used to be?
I'm not
I
saying
don't know, when he's
that
in prison for a
there's not
crime you get away
legalization,
with, you
but
probably would think it's not the
his
same.
experience, a black man's
I'm
experience
I'm I'm
with
not saying
marijuana of the same amount. No,
they should be in
stop,
prison for that though.
listen. Just
It's
because
not the truth,
you
though, is it?
would have one experience in a place where marijuana was legalized doesn't mean somebody who is a person of color would have the same experience. They would still be treated differently, whether it's legal or not. I live in a
And
completely
white people
open
would still
carry
look at
state.
black people differently for
Let
the
me put it
same
this
thing.
way. I live in a fully open carry state. You don't need any licenses whatsoever to carry a firearm. A black person carrying a firearm absolutely fucking will be stopped. There are people who will just be walking with rifles over their shoulders in the middle of a large downtown area out here. That's totally legal. But if you're black, good fucking luck. You're not gonna have a good time. A white guy doing it though, not an uncommon sight. Just
Yes,
because
I
it's
I don't disagree
legalized
with that.
doesn't mean that it's going to be a positive societal
I
experience for everybody.
I don't disagree with that, but is still a positive societal experience of the fact that it would be legal to begin with. That is still a shift, a change from how it used to be. That's my point.
For you,
Mushrooms are legal to sell in certain parts of the country. You can walk into a dispensary in
it's
New Jersey
for
and buy mushrooms.
you. Yes, for you. That doesn't necessarily mean everyone's experiencing that
They don't
change.
check your color when you walk. Anyone can
Well,
technically go buy mushrooms. It's not, that's, you're getting way too esoteric with it. I mean, physically, anyone can walk into a dispensary in New Jersey and buy mushrooms. That's a thing
and
that
that
you can.
doesn't mean that they won't be judged differently because
Oh,
they can't exactly hide
that's
their
a
skin
whole
tone.
separate discussion. That is a whole
Well, that's what
separate
we're
discussion.
discussing. That is what we're discussing. We're talking about people being judged differently.
No, I'm talking about
because it's their
culture
undercurrent, it's their
having
culture
progress
who
towards
treat black
taboo.
people differently for the same thing. It's the same as women with sex work.
Culture having progress doesn't mean how
Gigolos get
white
treated
guys are
better than
treated when
prostitutes.
they're
Like, it's
experiencing things.
Well, it's a
can't.
trickle down. It takes many years
Well,
of
the
it progressing
second you
in the
say trickle
culture.
down,
It takes
that's
many,
bad.
many years of positive changes in the culture before people at the bottom end actually like have that full effect of the shift. All right. Gay marriage used to be illegal. All right. You're still sometimes judged if you're gay and you're married differently than you should be. Most people nowadays aren't, though. Most people are just accepting of it.
Oh,
But it took years to
no,
get
there's
there.
a lot of people who are still judged for it. Ask gay
Gay
people who are trying to get
judged for
married.
existing
In
still.
certain areas of the country, sure, yeah.
No,
I remember I grew up in New York. We didn't give two shits.
I can tell you right now, there's always stories about people. I
Sure.
don't think I know a single gay
There always
couple who has gotten married
There
that didn't
always
have
will.
at least one or two family members who were
I-
ardently against it.
It would be a myth to say you're going to do anything. Straight marriage, just being married in general, people look down on. There's not a thing you can do in life where people aren't necessarily going to be negative towards you. That's just a thing. I don't know.
not the same
I've experienced
argument.
hate for things before. You can't not experience hate in life. That's not the point I'm making, though.
That
The point
is
is, though, there is an
not
overall
what was being
cultural trend towards things being less taboo in general and being more permissive, things being legalized, things being allowed, things being accepted. Trans rights, and I agree with you, right now are in an awful spot. That is the forefront of a cultural shift that we're having right now. I agree with you. And they've experienced tons of shitty things, right? But that's doing the same thing, going through the same process that gay marriage went
But
through,
they're
the same
also
process that marijuana went through, the same process
They're
that shrooms are
currently
going through. Right?
losing their rights. You do understand that the reason trans people are currently very upset about what's going on is they're actively losing their rights. And you're saying there's an overall positive shift.
That's the fight that they're going through. Gay marriage had places that made it illegal for a time when they were going through that fight.
Yeah.
It
And
is a
they
thing.
could
Yeah.
be next on the chopping block for all we know, because we're already seeing a backsliding in trans rights right now. How do you know that that's still going to be an overall positive change
because
when we're
over
seeing
time-
a big conservative push?
Over time, socially, we do trend towards being more liberal
No,
and allowing
we
more
don't.
things.
No, we don't. I'm very, very serious right now. As an anthropologist, we do not. We have a flux. We're currently in a pretty liberal flux right now. That does not mean we will be here for long.
I mean, I disagree with that. And I
It's a
don't,
historical fact.
is it? Because
Yes.
1,000 years ago, I'd be a serf and wouldn't be allowed to own my own land. I'd have to buy it from a baron. I think that has gone very
Depending
much
on
a
where you
progressive
live,
form.
that's very, very different depending
But
on where you were
that's
living
my
at what
point.
time.
Even globally, over thousands of years, we have gotten more progressive and more allowing of things. It is something.
You would be a
Sometimes it's
serf,
very
you wouldn't be
slow.
an object.
Yes, correct. And sometimes it's
So
very,
I think
very,
you're
very
also
slow.
Black people, they weren't
you're
even
also
people.
no. Let's correct this right now. You're confusing economic system for social right versus wrong, because there were periods of time where serfs, they didn't really have marriage as we knew it. They had common law marriage at best. There were times where women would be killed for engaging in
Yep.
extramarital affairs. There were times that they wouldn't, because there
Yep.
was a more
Those are
laissez-faire
There's still
thing.
places in the world nowadays you can get killed.
No,
for
no,
having
you're not listening to the point. We're talking about how even in these different socioeconomic expressions that are not actually the same thing whatsoever, you're taking apples and oranges here. Just because that was going on doesn't mean that we weren't having different expressions of sexuality that ebbed and flowed. And we're currently in a liberal ebb. We're currently experiencing liberal flow, but we're gonna start having ebb because we're already seeing backsliding in trans rights. We're already seeing backsliding in expression of sexuality
I
with things
don't-
like Pornhub being blocked.
I think it would be very surprising for that to continue. But my point is that over time, and sometimes it takes hundreds of years, just human rights in general have trend progressively. That's not an ebb. That has never
You're right.
stopped.
That is no. It definitely goes back and forth, and it will continue to go back and forth. We talk all no. Listen, we talk all the time about how countries have cycles, and when that country starts to stop being as successful, what do you think happens to the rights that those people had?
Even people that live in some of the worst hellholes today are living way better than medieval peasant did 1,000 years ago.
Based off of
standard of care, based off of economics, based off of
and
housing,
when
based off of
places
food.
like the United States start to no longer be able to send support, or we start to see an overall shift downwards in the success of countries that are providing the support to these areas that couldn't do it themselves, do you think that would continue? Such
Yeah,
as the period, no, it would not.
historically,
So
yeah.
let's talk. Oh, no, definitely not historically. Historically, the polar opposite happens. Let's talk about things like the fall of Rome. When the fall of Rome happened, do you think everyone was thriving and doing just fucking fine?
No, but that led to other countries that improved situations.
There
Everything
was
always
there
improves for
was
people at the
a
bottom level. Oh,
huge decline before there was another rise.
sure, it took time. I said that. It might be hundreds of years of
Yes.
time, but
And you
we always,
understand
the
that we're
general
saying that
rights of
there
people
could
always
be a
goes progressive.
decrease. No, not necessarily. We're saying that it does not always go progressive. That is completely inaccurate. We're currently in a definite high right now. That does not mean it will continue. We're hoping it continues, but that is not a guarantee, and we cannot be complacent about that and just expect it to continue. If we start doing that, we're just opening ourselves up for failure. We have to remember that there are always going to be cultural ebbs and flows like this, and we have to be on top of fighting it when it starts to happen.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think we're going to backslide like we have historically. I don't.
But we already
To the
are
degree that
starting to.
you seem to think we are, I very much
We already
for
are
a short
starting
period of
to.
time, because we're still in the fight for trans rights, sure,
We are
and sexual
already
expression, sure.
starting to.
No,
It is not a
we're still
conversation.
fighting for those.
That does not mean that we're going to win every fight. We are currently not winning. We're trying, but the reality is we are currently seeing a push towards more conservative values that we need to figure out a way to get through and keep going, because unfortunately we are very likely eventually going to see a big push towards conservative values, because that is just how society works.
I don't think so. I think the internet changes a lot of that.
No.
Not everything on the internet is real. Will.
It's the reverse. The internet usually reflects our culture rather than the other way around. But the point
So
is
when
that
our
because
culture
it's all
starts to
happening together,
change, the internet will change too.
that's how it's always been. But because of the internet, you have 50, 60-year-old people saying skibbity riz, and you would never have had that 100 years ago.
Oh no,
The
you
internet
would.
changes how things
And you
happen.
have people like listening to Alex Jones and Joe Rogan. Like I don't know what your point is here. Yeah, you have people committing hate crimes. It's like as soon as Trump becomes president, that wasn't happening before. A rise of racism on the internet.
Hate crimes were always happening. Always. That has never stopped in any degree. No, if you think it has, then you just weren't reading about hate crimes. But trust me, hate crimes have always been happening, always will be happening. That's just a thing. It is a very small percentage of crime, but
we have been reading it, actually. We keep track of it. There's just more and more serious things happening.
the percentage of crime overall is down. I don't know what you mean by that.
I didn't say the percentage overall was down. I'm saying there's more severe and active hate crimes occurring. It's becoming more, I wouldn't say more mainstream,
Not
but there
per
are
capita.
people. I didn't say crime itself in general was going up. I said that there is a more vocal, hate filled group that is willing to commit these crimes. And this isn't really arguable. We are seeing this happen.
But my point is that if less of them are happening over time, even if
But
there
they're
is a very
not.
more global, that's what per capita
They're
is.
not. No, it's
Do you
not.
think the guys that
You're
stormed
saying
the
there's
Capitol
less crime in
just met in
general.
real
That
life, or do you think they met
doesn't
on
mean
the
there's
internet?
less hate crime specifically. Those are not the same thing. I'll happily ask my brother who works in criminal law to verify, but he says the same. We're not actually seeing a huge decrease in hate crime.
I think the overall number of crimes going down, which includes that, Maybe not specifically, but I mean, in general, that is still society getting better, though. It's not good if
No.
there's more hate crimes. We don't want more hate crimes, obviously. But if the overall amount of crime is still falling, that is still us improving as a society, though, is it not?
Questionable at best. Is the amount of crime decreasing, or is the crime being stopped decreasing? Are we just not catching it? Are we actually preventing the crime from occurring, or are things slipping through the cracks? Because the statistics are only showing what's being reported and acted against. There's very, very little to that argument that's
I
meaningful in
mean,
terms of societal
to Will's
improvement.
point earlier about weed as well, if people aren't being brought up on weed charges, that decreases the crime rate too, but it doesn't change anything to do with like drug addiction.
Hmm.
Anyway, my whole overall point is I disagree with Will, but I would love for things to get better.
I would love for things to get better too, but at the moment, I just don't see improvement as meaningfully as we would like. But I also don't have a huge expectation of massive improvement in the
Oh no.
coming years.
I think right now we still live in a world where every single aspect of public view on sexual activity, on drug activity, on all gay rights, trans rights is still massively, massively, massively better off than it was 20 years ago. And I don't think all of that is going to be reversed, and all of a sudden we're
I
going to be
think
living
that
there
the
again.
big
I very much
issue
doubt.
here is you don't really represent a whole lot of those communities.
I don't
Or
represent
the
pilots,
line
but
of
if I see a plane flying to the ground, I would know that's not great. I don't have to be in those communities to
you
just see.
you aren't
Oh,
a member of those communities to have firsthand experience of this. And I feel like it's a little disingenuous to say that there's massive improvement in
I
all of these areas when you don't actually have experience in those areas.
I know there's massive improvements in those areas because people can be public about being gay. People can be public about being trans. Are you going to receive hate for it? Sure.
Okay.
But you can still say you are. That is an improvement. You understand, 20 years ago, if someone said they were gay, you wouldn't be able to live your life. Okay? I remember that time period. I'm surprised you don't.
People
I
did.
remember that.
No. Well, you misunderstand and you're being really condescending here. We do remember, and we're also telling you the change is not as big as you think it is. And not being from that community, it's kind of condescending. I mean, no, it's really condescending to explain to people who are in those communities that it's way, way, way better, and they need to realize that. It's not just a little condescending. You're telling me as a woman who's doing this that it's way better, and I need to recognize that. And I really don't see that as okay.
I
I'm
don't know
telling
how
you from
better.
experience, it really is not as good as you think it is.
Is it better than it was 20 years ago?
20 years ago, there wasn't an internet for me to be doing this on, so there really isn't a comparison. That does not mean
That is still a
no, it is
comparison you can
no,
make.
it is not. You can't compare apples to oranges.
I mean, there
It is
was an
not a
internet 20 years
comparison.
ago. That was 2005.
There was
YouTube
not
had.
a platform to create memes to have the media expression that I currently have. That was not really a thing. But I can tell you that it is not as good as you think it is. And
I don't think
I
it's.
think it's really no, I don't think it's something that we should be doing to say, well, we can demonstrably say this is true for all of these areas. We are having the best thing ever in all of these areas
I
when
never
there are
said.
actively people. No, but you did. We're
No, I
actively seeing
said
people
it's
who
the
are
best
fighting
it's
for their rights
been, and
and
it's better than it was
struggling.
20 years ago. It's the best it's been. I didn't say it's great. I didn't say it's good. I'm not saying trans people are having the time of their fucking lives right now. Never said that. I even agreed that they're
You've
having an
been
awful time.
you've
My
been
point
belittling
is
my
that it's
experience
better.
as somebody who is actively in this community too.
What I said was that what you have now is better than what you have 20 years ago. Am I wrong?
There wasn't anything to have 20 years ago, so you cannot physically make that comparison. It's not
I
an argument.
absolutely can. Gay people
No,
couldn't
you
get married
can't.
20 years ago, and they can. That's my point. I'm not saying it's great. I'm saying it's better than it was.
Will, tone down a little bit. I'm telling you that you are telling me, as a woman who is posting things online that are sexually charged, that my experience is better than it would have been 20 years ago. 20 years ago, there wasn't a market for me to do this. So there isn't a
Exa-
comparison to make. No, your whole argument is entirely disingenuous because you
no.
cannot compare
My,
something to
my
nothing.
argument is the fact that the existence of
No,
that market that we have now means it's better than it was 20 years
that is
ago.
not remotely true.
You
You cannot make that comparison. No, it's not. And I'm telling you this, I'm not having this discussion. I'm telling you, you can't make that a comparison because it doesn't exist to make. I am telling you that as a person in this community, I am not appreciative of you telling me whether or not it's improved or not, or what my experience is, that my experience is good. You even argued with me that I, as somebody who is the head of this sphere, am having a very different experience. And you, as an observer, are apparently having a greater observational power of it, but that's not true. Somebody who is actively trans knows far more about what it's like to be trans than you possibly could, and what the experience is and what the culture's like. So we have to
Yes,
bear in mind that we cannot say these things
but I can also recognize that they
100%.
might be able to go out and get transitional surgery now when they couldn't 20 years ago.
Transitional
That's my
surgeries have been occurring since I think the 1930s or even before.
not anywhere near to the degree that it had. That's not the same.
That's true. It did improve because the
That's
technology improved and accessibility improved, but that doesn't mean it will stay that way. And people are still struggling to have access to those things now.
They're literally taking those things away.
Yeah. The way that it's
that
being
is the
presented is
forefront that we're
incredibly
fighting on. Yes,
condescending.
that is.
These things now.
The way it's being
But
presented right now in this argument is incredibly condescending, and I'm taking an issue with the way it's being presented.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm saying the existence of cars now makes travel a lot easier than it was 300 years ago. Things have improved. Things have improved within the last 10 years, the last 20 years, the
Have
last
cars
100.
meaningfully improved society, though? Because there's arguments to be made that they have not.
I mean, for everything but environmentalism, yeah.
In some
Travel is a
ways,
big thing. Planes massively improve society even more than cars have for everything but environmental.
I think there's also a very big difference in improvement and speed and accessibility. Yes, in some ways there's been improvements, but in terms of cultural experiences and richness of culture, a lot of things have been lost. There's arguments in both directions on that.
Well, I don't know, lost, truncate for sure. So I get what you're saying about that, but I don't know.
So let's
I, it,
also put it this way. The spread of Western civilization was definitely not a huge improvement for most of the world because most of the world no longer gets to have a say in whether or not it was an improvement for them.
I don't know that I agree with that, actually.
So
I do
that's
understand your
I'm
point on
not
that.
pro colonialism. That we cannot say that yes, America's so much better than it was 400 years ago, but we can't really make that comparison because the Native Americans
We,
whose culture was going just fine according to them don't get to have a
I
say.
mean, if you want to talk about colonialism, we aren't even the biggest. What would be the word? The biggest proponents of that. That was Britain.
That's not the point. The issue is we can't say that things are better just because in our narrow scope of what better means, it's great in that narrow scope. I think that we're having a really, really narrow, one sided look at things, which is the problem, which is why Prim and I are currently going, yeah, that's not it. Because as a woman who is actively doing this, I'm telling you, the experience is not one of the overwhelming majority of people having a sex positive outlook on things. It's really not as good as you would think it is right now. And a lot of people in different situations are going to tell you that, well, this is probably good, but that doesn't mean it's great. It doesn't mean that it's going to keep getting better because we're not at a point where it's sustainably good. Right now, we are not at a point where, yes, this is for sure well established. This is going to be great and it's going to stay great for all of us. Because most of us who are in these subculture groups or minority groups are not convinced that improvements that are being made or might be being made will stay that way because they just aren't staying that way. Trans people are already losing rights they just earned within the last 10 years. Why would they believe when you say that things are going to keep improving for them?
Because it has in almost every other human rights issue that we have fought over for the past 70, 80 years.
For the time being, it's a very, very short period of time you're talking about.
Well, it's not even just 70, 80. 70, 80 for some of the more famous ones, but I mean, we've been improving human rights and access to human rights and human care for since humanity has been around. That's the advance of civilization that we're talking
Not
about.
necessarily. They're just the improvement of technology is not the improvement of rights or access to those things.
And even then, we just lost federal protection over abortion rights.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Like, yes, we have the ability to have the safest and best abortions in human history, but that doesn't mean you get to have one. The
Over here in
improvement of
our
medical
Florida,
advances.
Queensland, it looks like we're going to lose abortion rights too. So
Yeah, like just because we have these medical advancements doesn't mean that they're accessible or going to be legal. So things are improving, but what does that actually mean societally? Like there's a lot of things that we could do with genetic research too, but for ethical and legal reasons, like we cannot and will not. And in some ways I can absolutely agree with that. In other ways, it's like, yeah, I can see why. But if we were to actually put the research into this funding, things like drug addiction, we could fight a lot of drug addiction by allowing research into some of these drugs, but we can't because they're scheduled and you can't get them for research.
Well, that's
Things
that's
like that.
that's one of the things that is slowly improving. As I said that earlier,
Maybe for pot.
psilocybin and the psilocybin too. You got to remember they took
Psilocybin
it away
is,
again, but I think it was either Oregon or Washington legalized everything for a short period of time or almost everything.
yeah,
It,
that's
it
the thing is they're experimenting with it. That does not mean it's going to be a
no
change that's
right,
going to
but
occur.
over time
You're
that is
you're
slowly
seeing you're
getting
saying
better.
that it's a trend and it's getting better, but that doesn't
Correct.
necessarily translate to being real.
I don't know what to tell you. Legalization of marijuana, I think, shows that it is slowly things
I
are
do
becoming
not
real.
think so at all. I mean, legalization of marijuana, that was not actually that big of a deal. That was something that was going to happen eventually. They just needed to find a way to control it financially first. And also, I'm
also
not
like
convinced it's going to stay that way.
uh, white dudes in college could smoke weed, no one gave a fuck. Like legalization didn't necessarily matter
Yeah,
for white dudes, but a poor person with weed, a black person with weed, it's not really gotten any better, has it?
not really, no.
Because
Well,
society, we still view them differently.
It's
And
true.
that's this whole thing. It's just like you can say, cool, like a white dude on the internet can like look at porn and people like judge him less. But a woman on the internet viewing porn, people still see as a problem. Queer sex work on the internet, they're like, oh, that's disgusting. Like it doesn't change the societal norms of the way these things are. You're
The
just in one of the
societal
least
norms
affected
have,
groups.
I don't know. I think it.
in some ways, the societal norm has maybe moderately improved for some of these things, but that doesn't mean it's sustainable or permanent.
I would love for it to be. I would love
Yeah,
for it to be improving. I would, but I've seen no evidence that that is true.
I
Like
actually
when you can see the change in
more so inclined to agree.
marginalized and minority people, then I will agree with that
Yeah,
because they're the people who are most likely to be affected.
I think until we can see a huge majority of the trans community, for instance, saying that yes, things are improving for us and things are at a stable point, and that we have rights that we're not worried about being taken away, then we can say things have significantly improved for people in the trans community. Until that point, I think it's very unfair of us to say that things are the best they have ever been for trans people. I think it's unfair of us as non trans people to say that. I don't think we should be making that judgment. Just like I don't think that any man should be telling me like that my experience as somebody who is posting sexual memes on the internet is so much better than it could have been 20 years ago because there isn't something to compare it to. And my experience as a woman doing this is going to be different than Prim's experience as a man doing this is going to be different than the experience of somebody who isn't doing it at all because I'm a woman doing this, and therefore my experience is going to be vastly different. On top of that, I am a white passing but brown woman. I am an Arabic woman who is white passing, but very much so in a minority group who is doing this as well. And trust me, I do get hate for being Arabic. It's There was that whole thing where that one girl went off on me calling me white because she as a white person knew better what Arabic people wanted, and then when she found out I was Arabic, she got fucking pissed and still wanted to talk over me as an Arabic woman. People are fucking weird. They don't actually care what you as a minority want. They just want to tell you what you as a minority want or are experiencing.
I think people wanting to speak for other people is a very common thing.
Yes. And that is a big problem. Just like we shouldn't be saying that trans people are having the best experiences they've ever had right now. Because most trans people are not saying that. I think that's the point that Prim was making too, is until minority groups are saying that things have significantly improved for them, it's really not fair to say things are significantly improving across the board.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's speaking for other people. There's no trans person here to hand the mic to. Otherwise, I would step the fuck
Yeah.
back. But they're not here, so
Yeah.
it's my
I
job
don't
to
want
speak
to
up.
name drop, but there's a woman in my server who was assaulted for being trans outside of her own home. Just because she has the right to be out doesn't mean society has meaningfully improved for her experience. Having the right does not necessarily mean that there is significant societal or cultural improvement, and does not mean that right could not be taken away.
No, and usually that takes years for that to get better, though. That's not. I wouldn't expect that to stop anytime soon, unfortunately.
And that's what we've been saying all along, is things might be trending towards improvement, but that doesn't mean that they are. And I'm saying, in my experience as somebody who is actively in this community, it's not really improved as much as you might think. There is there is a lot of, appreciation of what's being posted. People who are posting OF and family content are getting appreciation for what they're posting. People think they're hot, they're enjoying, they're consuming the content, but the creators themselves are still seen as shameful and hateful and less than. So is it actually meaningfully improving for them as an experience? Or are we just appreciating their content, and them as humans is not actually a positive experience? So this is where I'm taking the issue is, sure, maybe the content is acceptable, but the humans creating it are not. And
So
overwhelmingly, the
when
people who are having those experiences are telling us, no, we are not having a good cultural experience being in this position.
yeah,
I think both things can be true, which is kind of the argument that I'm making. You could be having an awful time. It can be awful for you, and it could still be the best culturally time for that it ever has been.
And who's the
Much like for
judge of
trans
that?
people.
And who's the judge of that? Would it not be the trans people or the people in those groups who should be making that call?
Oh, they're obviously part of it, but
Then why is anyone but them having a say?
well, because again, I'm not a pilot, but if I see a plane flying into the ground, I know that's a bad pilot. I'm not a trans person, but if I see a trans person that can be publicly out and happy about it and say, hey, I'm trans, that's an improvement. You didn't used to be able to do that. They're not having a good
I
time?
mean,
No, they're
you
not
always
having a good
used to
time.
be able to
That
do
has not
that.
changed.
It doesn't mean that they would have a good time doing it. Just because you have the legal right to do
But that's my
something doesn't
point.
mean
You're
that it's
not
going to
having a
work.
good time. They're not having a good time doing it now. But it's still better, more accepted, more publicly
But
accessible.
you're
And
making
there's more
that call
support
for
for it.
them. You're making that call for them, which is the issue.
No, I am saying culturally, I can see that. It's about access to healthcare for
Your
it. It's about people talking
observation is not the same as a fact. The people who are in that position should be the one making the judgment.
well, that's totally anecdotal though. the only
So is yours.
non-anecdotal, right? Well, no, because the only non-anecdotal evidence we have of any of this is how culture is responding to it, how publicly viewable it is in
But
culture,
you
what the rights are
are
regarding
not-
that in law, what healthcare is available for that. That's outside of
You
anecdotal
are
experience.
not the person who would be able to see that, though, because you also have your own
Anyone
biases
can
and
see that.
lenses that you're seeing things through.
You
No.
just, yeah, you
No.
go look it up. You look at statistics. You look at the numbers. You read what people are saying online. You
And what
you
does
you,
that
you look at all that
actually
information.
mean? The reality
That's-
is you're
That's a
always going to be
reflection of our
looking.
culture.
No, that's not how that works. You have to actually remove the lens of your bias, your assumptions. You actually have to look through the lens of the people who are being impacted to have any meaningful value in that assessment. And if you're not doing that, you really shouldn't be making that judgment. You can have your outside perspective. Like, there was a lot of people when, when transatlantic slavery was big, maybe there were periods of time when the slaves didn't have it so bad compared to other points in time. And, I'm sure a lot of the slave owners were like, I'm really good to my slaves. That doesn't mean that the slaves were having a good time or it was better for them, Still kind of a shitty thing to say.
No, I never said anything like that.
Like, you kind of are. Like, just because
No,
as a society, you outside of that perspective can go, well, it looks like they're having the best time they've had in this situation before. Doesn't mean that it's correct or that the people who are in that position would agree with you.
except
We
that my
have to be very
point,
careful.
except that the things I'm talking about are things we wouldn't even be able to talk about. Like there's like an actual legitimate viewable difference in how they're treated now than they were 20 years ago. It has improved. Maybe not their personal
And
experience,
again,
but it has
you
improved.
do not get to make the judgment on that. You as a person cannot make
But
that
I'm
judgment.
not making a judgment on a specific
But you are.
person. I'm making a judgment on an entire thing.
And you don't
No,
get to
I'm
make that judgment. Yes, you don't get to make that judgment.
I not being
the point
of that
being
doesn't
made.
mean I can't talk about that.
It means that you should be
Mm.
using their voices and their expression,
I was
not
going to say, can we
yours.
have some like trans?
I would
Maybe even
love to have
transsexual
someone on to
abortions
talk
here,
about this, but the fact that I
that'd
could
be
have
great.
someone on to talk about this is better than it would have been 20 years ago. That's
I would love to hear
a
a trans
marked
person
notice
respond
of the
to
difference.
even saying that, because I feel like you would get roasted pretty hard. Because trans people still existed 20 years ago.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. And some of them were out, and a lot of them experienced hate at a degree that almost no one in history has experienced. And you might still get some of that nowadays. I'm sure they do still get that nowadays. A lot of them, like you said, someone got physically attacked outside their house, sure. And yet,
That's
And
actually
yet,
a pretty
culture-
normal experience.
we have
No,
trended more towards acceptance.
you do not get to make that call, full stop.
I'm not the one making that call.
But you are.
Culturally,
But the culture hasn't said that.
there are
You
individuals
making
in the
that call.
culture that disagree with that, as evidenced by people still doing
So
that.
the thing is, remember, I'm an anthropologist here. I'm going to tell you right now, you and your experience does not dictate culture. You and what you think culture
Correct.
is doing does not dictate that culture. The culture has to be viewed through the lens of the people in that culture, specifically in that impacted group.
I know it's
which
been
you are
removed
currently
in some
ignoring.
areas. I know. Well, no. Because listen to me. I know it has been removed. Okay, but did trans people have any laws or rights protecting them 20 years ago? Like specifically for being trans?
I think that that's an argument, though, because we've just confirmed that just because
Right.
the laws are there doesn't mean that it's a meaningful cultural difference.
That it does. It 100% does.
doesn't.
Even if it hasn't stopped it at a base level for individual people yet.
No.
The fact that it is there at all is still an improvement. It is still a sign of things changing. That is how we know things are changing.
Also are getting repealed, which means that the culture
We're currently
didn't
fighting over
actually
them.
change.
The
a
fact that they
sign
were
that
there at
didn't
all
actually
is a sign that
change.
it changed.
No, it's not. If it didn't change and it was repealed, it means that the culture did not change enough to accept that change. So
It takes
we
time.
didn't have a change.
I'll bring up gay marriage again.
And
Gay
you
marriage went through the
you
same
don't get
process.
to make that call as somebody who is not in an impacted community.
I don't get to say that the existence of gay marriage protection laws nowadays, and that it's completely legal and it's accepted now, is not a sign of the fact that culturally that's more acceptable than it used
You
to.
do not get to make that call. You're correct.
I call blue. I don't know what to tell you're arguing from a very specific everyone individual point of view.
No, I'm arguing from the perspective of somebody who is educated and understands culture. That is not how culture works. Like, this is a really big thing, is we have to understand in culture, and one of the biggest challenges to being an anthropologist and understanding culture and observing culture, to be an anthropologist, especially to be an on the ground observational anthropologist, one of the biggest skills you have to learn, it's actually the most difficult skill, is learning to leave behind your cultural lens when going in. You can no longer see things through your cultural normalcy and lens. And it's really hard to recognize those things about yourself and learn to get rid of them, to learn how to accurately and unbiased, or have the most unbiased possible view of a culture. It is incredibly difficult to do. And a lot of people just can't do that. But it's something that you have to learn to actually be in this field. And let me tell you, you can always tell when somebody hasn't mastered it and they're writing an ethnography of some sort, because it can get gnarly really fast, because they're making judgments and assessments of the culture without actually understanding from the perspective of somebody who is experiencing that culture why that may not be true. And the big thing here is the people who are actually experiencing these changes are the only really people who matter in terms of whether or not the culture has been improving. If the people who are affected are not like, yes, I have seen major improvement in the way that I am being treated and my rights, can't really say things are improving.
So you don't think there's a single trans person in the United States that would say that their experience has improved? Then which is it? Which is it? Because if there's someone that says that, and then someone that says it hasn't, which is correct?
The overall group, the whole community. If the majority of them are saying things have not improved, you as somebody who is outside that community don't get to say, well, I see that it has, therefore it must be.
No, what I'm doing is saying outside of anecdotal experience.
But your experience is anecdotal.
I'm not talking about my experience.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. My experience has nothing to do with any.
But it is. You're letting your experience.
No, I have no experience in this.
Your observation.
No.
Your understanding of laws being passed. Your understanding of things that you've seen posted online. Your understanding of statistics that you may not actually be able to understand the statistics because you are not the statistician who wrote them or what they were written for. There's a lot of really big things in research where you have to actually know the research really well and the topic really well to accurately interpret the research. This is a really big thing in research too. Is skimming the research and looking at the research does not necessarily mean you understand the research. I can get into that another time. But you don't actually have the ability to make that call. And it's a really dangerous, slippery slope to think that you can.
I don't think talking about laws being passed has anything to do with that's not anything anecdotal to me. Or anyone else, for that matter.
It also doesn't have anything to do with major cultural change.
It 100%. Studying laws has as an anthropologist, that's a large part of how we learn about other cultures, is studying their system of law and how we understand their daily.
That can also be, how do you put it, misleading? It's what they're trying to do. It's performative in some ways.
Yeah,
like ancient Rome. No. Ancient Rome passing laws about, enforcing women have to be loyal to their husbands and not engage in a huge amount of, extramarital affairs. That does not mean that women were having a huge amount of marital affairs It just meant that they wanted to look like good, upstanding citizens that value
Right.
this, and that's why the law was passed.
In that case. But in this case, I don't think gay marriage laws being
You
passed was
don't
performative,
think.
right? It is no,
the
because
thing,
it's not
you
about
don't
my
think.
experience. It's not about my experience. If you connect the
it
passing of
is.
those laws to our culture, okay, it
But
shows
that
something.
doesn't necessarily mean what you think it does.
Not necessarily, but it also doesn't necessarily not. Okay,
This is the point that
I'm
we're
not.
making: is the laws being passed does not necessarily mean that there is definitely a major anthropological cultural change occurring.
No, not necessarily.
It
No,
doesn't
it also
mean
doesn't
it
mean
is,
it's not.
doesn't mean it isn't. But that's the point you're making, is that you keep arguing that the laws are there and that means that there is a change occurring, but that isn't necessarily true.
That in connection with everything else culturally versus
more
20 years
culturally
ago
so
versus 30
anecdotal.
years ago, it does.
But the opinion of the people being impacted matters more than that.
Absolutely.
By far.
Not
By
more than
far.
that, because that's
Yes,
anecdotal.
it does.
That we have to talk about it as a
No.
whole. It cannot just be
Well,
anecdotal experience.
Anecdotes are a major part of a cultural experience. When we're talking about ethnographies and talking about learning about a culture, people's experience of that culture is the culture. So you can't bring up culture and be like, oh, well, that's anecdotal. It doesn't count. That is culture. People's
You
experience
absolutely
of that
can,
culture
because different
is
people in a
culture.
culture can experience it completely different. That's
And
the
that's
thing. Anecdotal
why
experiences
it's
can be
so
completely
important
contrary to each other.
actually look at the people who are actually experiencing that culture, and you are not a member of that affected community.
No, but you can also then connect it to how the culture as a whole and different things and laws and
Your
and
experience
literary
of-
work and
Your
all
experience
kinds of other things.
Islamic culture in the Middle East matters exactly not at all. You know, you can observe it. You can look at their laws. You can look at what's going on there and make your judgment. But it also means nothing at all. What matters is the cultural experience of that affected group. You
I
looking at
completely
the
disagree.
trans community and deciding that things have improved for them means nothing.
One person does not get to decide
Exactly.
the
One
perspective of
person
an
like you does not
entire
get to
cultural
decide.
group. Exactly.
You do not get to decide.
I'm not deciding from anecdotal experience.
You are referring to the trans community as a monolith as one person, which is not great.
Oh, no, I'm actually not referring to how the trans community feels. I'm referring to our overall culture and laws.
Yes. So trans people matter more than you do in this decision as to whether or not things have meaningfully improved.
For themselves as an individual, yeah.
No, as a
Yep.
whole. As a whole.
They don't get to speak for a whole. I don't care, trans or not. You don't get to speak for every trans person. Woman or not, you don't get to speak for every woman. That's not how that works.
Well, in no way, shape, or form is anyone saying everyone's speaking for, or one person speaking for everybody. You are doing that, though.
I am only basing what I'm saying on things outside of anecdotal experience. I'm basing it on our culture, on laws, on writings, on people.
You are
things
literally
are doing.
using your anecdotal experiences as a basis for that.
Laws being passed have nothing to do with my personal anecdotal experience. That's
your experience of those laws being passed and your assumptions on what that means. That is purely anecdotal.
It's only anecdotal if I'm not connecting that law to everything else going on in our culture.
You are making the connection, but it's not necessarily the connection that's going to be made for the group that's living that experience. So you really don't get to make that call. I would welcome Prim or Kat's input on this too. Like, is this?
The way I'm looking at it, right? Yeah, I could. I'm going to give an example. It's going to make me sound bad. I could want to punch a trans person because they're trans and I hate them, right? But the thing that stops me now from doing it, rather than before, is that people might look at me and be like, "Well, that's not real nice." Whereas before I could punch them, I'd be like, "Oh, give me a punch too." That doesn't change the culture of punching a trans person is fine. I just don't want to be to look bad in anyone's eyes.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
It doesn't mean there's a big cultural shift happening.
Culturally, as long as someone else isn't going to see it, it's not going to stop me from doing it. This is hypothetically, I'm not punching any trans people, just by the way. I was using myself as an example.
Just similarly, like there's a lot of laws that have been passed that nobody has paid attention to and they later got repealed. Like that doesn't necessarily mean the law being passed doesn't mean that there's a big cultural push. Like for an example, this is an off the cuff example of a pretty famous one, but prohibition. The fact that prohibition was passed does not mean we as a culture really hated booze and alcoholics at all. That does not mean there was a major cultural trend towards like, yes, we as a culture think this is really bad. It means that somebody managed to get this bill passed. And we as a culture were like, oh, this fucking sucks and fought against it. It was not a big cultural change at all, but it was passed. And if we were to look at it from the perspective of this law being passed, means that this is a cultural change that we can see happening and it's a trend in that direction, we would go, oh, well, we as a culture are slowly moving towards getting rid of all alcohol. But that's not even remotely true. Something being passed does not necessarily indicate a cultural change occurring. It just
Correct.
means somebody got it passed.
Unless it reflects what's going on in the culture accurately. You're correct. But and that's the thing.
And again,
I think
prohibition's a great example of this. There was a huge crackdown in how much alcohol was being produced. There was a lot of things that had changed, but that doesn't mean it was a cultural change. We cannot
well,
just look at
that's my
things and go,
the culture
this
around
has
that was
definitely
that we still
changed.
want alcohol. We don't want prohibition. So it changed back. But I that's my point though, is that I think that the fight for gay marriage, which we successfully have passed, even though gay people are still suffering in a lot of ways, it mirrors the fight in how we're fighting right now for trans people. It is, I think, a
And
cultural change
again,
towards
like
acceptance.
prohibition, that doesn't necessarily mean that the culture is trending that direction.
I guess time will tell. I guess time will tell. I think
It could be trending that direction, but it is not an indication that it is. It is not an argument that it is. We can't say for sure that there's a major cultural change or occurring because a law was passed. That is
I
a false
that
comparison.
that is a measure of a certain type of progress. I think it 100%.
We just use prohibition as a great example. We did not make any progress to getting rid of alcohol in the United States.
No, and we didn't want to though, which is why we got rid of it.
So a lot of people wanted to because that's how the bill got passed.
Not the majority of people. That's why the black market got so huge and it was useless and got repealed.
Oh, that's the thing. Not the majority of people, but there was enough people in legislation to get it passed.
Yeah,
Just the
that can
same as
happen.
any other bill we're talking about, such as
Right,
trans
but
rights being repealed now. That doesn't necessarily mean the majority of people wanted it, which is why we're saying the culture has not necessarily changed, and it's a faulty argument to make.
I disagree. It's a measure of progress that we're still fighting on, much like it was for gay marriage. If we gave up on gay marriage after,
We could still see gay marriage being taken away in these conservative states. I don't think you
Mhm.
understand. Like, this is not something that's guaranteed. This
well,
could be
that's still
taken
something
away.
we're fighting for technically. But I'd be very surprised if it. But the point is that that is not the popular opinion, and these things are measures of
But you
progress.
don't know that.
Neither do
You
you.
haven't
No
taken
one.
a
What
poll.
time will tell.
Exactly. You haven't taken a poll to know it's a popular opinion or not. That's the problem here. Is you don't know that it's a big cultural change. You're making a lot of
I don't know.
assumptions based off of things that aren't necessarily indicative.
I don't know. I disagree.
Or we've already made a pretty solid argument that there's very clear evidence that a law being passed is not indicative of cultural change.
Not
It just
necessarily.
means that there's enough people in the legislature to get it passed.
For
That's
some
all
things,
that
sure.
really means.
For something,
All it
sure,
really means.
absolutely.
It's all it really means. How the culture changes is nothing to do with the laws.
No, the laws are the result of the culture change.
Well,
Typically,
we've already proven that that was incorrect based off of the prohibition example.
the things that pass just because a minority of people who are in the legislation want it don't typically tend to stick around a lot. Is the thing, and
Exactly.
you're
We
right.
just saw trans rights disappear. So are you arguing
Right.
that that's
And
And I
no?
think
Cultural change?
they're going to come back again, most likely. And that's what I think is going to happen.
You also don't know that.
No, well, neither do you. No one does. I just think
Exactly.
that's
Then
probably
why
what's going to
are
happen.
you Then why are you using it as an example?
Well, even the fact that we passed any at all is still a measure of progress that we didn't have before.
Yeah, but the same argument can be made about prohibition. That doesn't mean that it was actually a cultural change.
The same argument cannot be made about prohibition because no, we didn't want prohibition as a country.
Well, clearly, as we've repealed trans rights, you can't make that argument.
The small part of legislation repealed trans rights. The country has not repealed trans rights, and most people are still, well, I don't know. That's a current fight, like I've said, but that's something.
Let's put it this way: you're making a lot of assumptions based off of something that does not correlate, and we're showing you it does not correlate.
The repeal of it doesn't correlate. The passing of of any kind of trans rights
does not exist. There is not a correlation to be made there. We cannot look at something like, yes, this law has passed. That means that there is a big cultural shift happening, because that is it's not going to go anywhere.
Bill, the passing or repealing of a bill about trans rights as a whole, you're saying does not reflect anything regarding trans rights at all. Has no connection to
culture.
I disagree. I could not disagree more.
I just made a very easy comparison explaining this to you. There is not necessarily reason to believe that it has anything to do with culture. Could it? Sure. But your argument that that is an indicator is faulty at best.
I could not disagree more. 100% it has to do with it.
So prohibition was a measure of cultural change.
It was a measure of our 100%. Culture fighting itself over a certain thing, yes. And very clearly the stronger cultural aspect of what people wanted more won.
So the stronger cultural aspect won, meaning that clearly people didn't want trans rights. You're making an argument
this one was the other way.
So it's not necessarily always true as you're saying.
Well, was the bill passed to begin with? Originally, before it got repealed?
Yeah, prohibition sure was. You're right.
Right.
And it lasted
but
a
in
long
this case,
actually,
that's what people actually wanted.
Prohibition bills lasted longer than a lot of the trans rights bills did.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but they're going to come back because people's rights, progressive people's rights, always.
So you're making that argument, but you haven't actually shown evidence of that. I appreciate what you're trying to say.
Gay marriage, women able to vote, black people not being slaves, progressive rights always win out.
But they don't historically.
I'm not talking. This isn't. I'm talking right now. In this country, right now.
Untrue. There is endless amounts of things to look back on, to look to see whether these things are true or not. And overwhelmingly, culture does not trend in a positive direction 100% of the time.
I disagree. I think history has shown that it has. And in almost every aspect of life.
For white men,
every people everywhere, every person everywhere, almost, well, maybe not in the Ukraine, but almost everyone everywhere, it's better than
and let them know that things are improving for them. Their culture is about to be way better. You're making an argument that is true for a very small group of cis-het white men who are not for many of these minority groups.
Yeah. You think even in the Middle East, the living conditions for women in the Middle East are not as good as they were, or better rather than they were 300 years ago, 400 years ago, 1,000 years ago?
Actually, I did a whole school project on this because did you know that Islam actually vastly improved the quality of life for women in the Middle East?
100%. I did know.
Like there is ebb and flow that occurs. And as a prime example, thank you for bringing that up. Women's rights went up massively thanks to the trend of Islam in the Middle East. Women's rights were like at a maximum in that area.
Yep. You can see pictures in Iran and Afghanistan from the 70s. Women walking around completely uncovered in bikinis and whatnot.
I'm not talking about the 1900s.
I know.
Listen. When Islam first emerged in the Middle East, women went from being property that weren't even allowed outside of their homes to being allowed to own businesses for the first time. Like, this was huge. Islam massively changed the quality of life for women in a positive way. There were setbacks, there were positives, there were setbacks, there were positives. And some places in the Middle East, they're in a pretty low area right now in terms of rights for minority groups. But,
in
you
certain
know,
areas.
that's not necessarily true everywhere. And we have to recognize that overall, things are not necessarily trending towards better, but they do have better and worse ebbs and flows. That is a prime example, actually. I love talking about that because I actually have a great deal of love for the region and learning about the cultural changes that have occurred, especially in how they occurred to women, because it's an underrepresented group in literature. To look at what's actually changed for women in these groups is huge. And overwhelmingly, things are never fluid. Things are never constantly improving, and that remains true to this day. Things never constantly improve. There will always be setbacks. That is just how human nature works.
Just not historically over time. It says the opposite.
Yeah, it is. That's the point that I just made. Like, we just do not see constant positive improvement.
In every possible way, people all around this planet are better now than they were 500 years ago. It's just how it is. There is
In your
constant
experience,
improvement.
in your experience as a cishet white man, I'm very sure that you see things that way. That does not necessarily mean that's true.
This is historians make this argument.
They do not. At
They
least not all of them,
1000%
by
do.
far.
The
The reason
advancement
they make
of,
the
of
argument,
technology,
no,
the
no,
advancement
no, no.
of
Let me stop you
infrastructure.
there. Let me stop you right there because you are making apples and oranges comparisons. Technology is not the same as culture. Technology is a small part of culture. Most people would rather not live in the past where antibiotics didn't exist. In fact, that is what most historians say.
Insulation.
But no, that does not necessarily mean that they don't think that there were good points in culture in the past too, or that we're at a cultural maximum. Nobody's actually necessarily saying that. You're confusing two different arguments here. Saying that nobody who's a historian's like, you know what, I really want to go live in the Middle Ages. Their main argument is usually, you know, I
No,
really
it's
would not
awful.
want
Why
to
would
be there.
anyone want?
No, stop. They're not saying that based off of culture. They're saying that I'd really like to have antibiotics. I don't want to be there without antibiotics. That's not necessarily saying culturally they're against it. That's saying antibiotics it would kind of suck to be there without antibiotics. In fact, overwhelmingly, if you talk to a lot of historians, that's usually their argument is, why would I want to be somewhere where we didn't have antibiotics? That does not necessarily mean that we're at a cultural maximum. Some people might argue that, but not all by far.
The overall, I'm not talking just culture though. I'm talking everything.
But
The
we've been
aspect of
talking
it,
about
just
culture
living in
this
general,
entire time.
has improved.
Our entire conversation has been about culture, so I'm sticking to that topic.
Well, even with that, it's still true.
It's not.
I don't know how
Even
you could
if
argue
you
it's people
just
generally,
culturally
and it's
not.
not everywhere in every part of the world, but in most places in the world, people are more open and free to live like they wish to live than they ever have been in any part of history.
Yes, white people absolutely are, especially
Not
white
everyone, that
men. No.
that is a really American centric
You,
argument. Do you know how
yes, you are making
multicultural
an
like the UK?
extremely American-centered argument.
Are
You are
you
wrong.
saying black people in the UK aren't free to live like they want to live, as compared to white people in the
You are
UK?
making an extremely
No,
American-centric argument.
no. This is a multi. This has nothing to do with being a white guy in
Prem, do
America.
you want to take this one? Because this is just exhausting.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
A white
I
guy's
think
experience
Oh wait, I'm sorry.
is
You
not.
guys, we can't talk about this. You guys aren't black people in the UK. You can't give your opinion on this. I forgot. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
as an
let's
actual
get one in
minority
you then.
person, let me tell you, that was not a cool thing to say.
That's what I've been told tonight.
As a minority
Mm,
person, you don't get to make that call. Go ahead, Prim. Sorry.
there's nothing left to say. Will's not going to be shifted on this. That he can't see it is unfathomable to me. Just you need to learn from people that aren't you. That's all there is to it. I don't know what else to say about it.
I think you two have been caught up in so much of the human misery that is absolutely on the front line of people
I'm so
fighting culture
sorry that as a
wars
minority
that you've
that my
missed
experience differs from yours.
the majority of people that are just living their lives, not experiencing that misery necessarily.
So you do understand you can reverse that too, that you as a white man with a cishet background and no real minority status may have a very
Well,
different perspective on things.
technically, as Romani, I kind of a little bit do, but
You don't.
my
You
point
are very
is,
much so a Caucasian man. You do not engage. Do you engage in Romani heritage? Do you have a huge cultural background
you
as
forget
a
I'm in the
Romani
SEA.
person?
I slightly do. I'm not connected to my mom anymore, but
Okay, being
the
being the SEA is not the same as being culturally,
taking
ethnically practicing Romani.
no, and I didn't say it was, but
I'm pretty sure that would
my God,
actually really offend Romani
let me
people.
finish what I was saying, okay? I don't need to be a black man in the UK to know that black men in the UK are living better now than they would have been 500 years ago. My point is that
You know,
culturally
black men in the UK existed 500 years ago.
they did, and they weren't having that great of a time. Did you know?
They really weren't having that bad of a time either, because enslavement was actually not practiced.
They didn't abolish slavery until like 1805, so that's not
In
entirely true.
the UK, that's not really how it worked. They were treated just like any other house servants in general. They would have been more of a novelty. You couldn't have afforded to have a black man imported to be your house servant if you weren't extremely wealthy. So oftentimes it was a marker of extreme wealth. But they weren't really treated hugely different than any other lower class person living in the UK at the time, or
And you
living in
think
Britain
lower
or
class
England at the time.
person living in the UK or Britain at the time
But
had
you're making
a
it about race,
oh no,
which
I'm
is
just
kind
pointing
of
that
a
out
weird
as an
argument.
example. I said my original argument is anyone, anywhere, almost anyone, anywhere, because there's still
Yeah, but
some
you
really
can't
awful
make that
parts of the
argument because you have no comprehension of what it's like to be one of those people.
today. I don't. I know
You
what it
have
was
no
like
comprehension of
500,
it.
600 years
You do
ago.
not.
That's
You do
history.
not.
We have that
Well,
information.
you genuinely do not. We don't actually have a whole lot of information about what it was like for these people. In fact, a lot of the information that's coming out it wasn't actually that bad. These people still lived pretty full, happy lives. Sure, they might have died of a paper cut, but like they weren't all that different from you and I. They just didn't have the same technology we did, and their culture changed century to century. What was acceptable or not acceptable changed a lot.
I think you're making being incredibly reductive because I don't think they were leaders of countries of England back then. I don't think they had the ability to improve their lot in society at all. I don't think they had the same opportunities. I don't think they had the
You're
same
again
freedoms they had nowadays
apples
either.
to oranges
No,
again.
that is part of culture.
Yeah,
That is a large
it's
part of
apples to oranges again. Again, we're not talking about huge economic changes. We're not talking about whether or not they had the same access to technology. We were talking about it on a cultural basis.
yeah, that's part of culture.
Culturally, and specifically things like sexual expression and whether or not trans people existed, we see evidence of people living as, the opposite gender all throughout history. And it's actually very, very common to see this, although it's often, brushed under the rug when it comes to especially older historians reading it. But we can't necessarily say that the way that Victorians handled things is how it was through all of history either. Doesn't mean it was great, but for most of human history, nothing was really great. And it's not really great now unless you're a white guy looking at it like, yeah, things are way better. But for most of us, we're still saying it's not that great. Sure, we have antibiotics, but does that necessarily mean that things have culturally changed in a huge way? No.
My point is that things are were never that things are great. My point is that things have gotten better. I
In
don't.
your
You
opinion.
disagree with that. It's
In your
not just in my
opinion.
opinion. I think there's plenty of evidence
It's
for that. Tons of evidence for it.
in your
And
opinion.
you can.
It's very much so opinion based. And this
I
in
don't
this
think it is.
case, it's very much it is. We've already established this at this point.
I don't think we have, because none of my arguments have been
We
based on any
really
kind of
have.
anecdotal experiences.
But they are entirely. You're just not understanding why everyone here is telling you it is very much so anecdotal and biased.
The two people who very heavily agree with each other. No, I don't. I don't agree with either of you. I think there's a lot of.
Even Kat has jumped in. Okay, like at this point, you're very much so not listening to any perspective that maybe you as a white man have not looked at it from the perspective of anyone else.
I am not listening to people. Well, I'm listening to you, but I am not agreeing with you
very much so
saying
not
that
listening.
people 500 years ago culturally had the same opportunities, the same rights, the same abilities
Again,
of the people who
apples
live
to
now.
oranges.
That is
You are
exactly
making-
the argument.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You are comparing apples to oranges.
No, I am saying culturally people are better off now than they ever have been in history in most places in the world. That is the argument.
This is not something you can compare. You cannot compare things like that and go, oh, well, these people who had significantly less technology and significantly different economic systems around them, we can obviously say that their cultural experience is comparable to us. We can't make that comparison in good faith.
We absolutely can't.
You cannot. In fact, most historians will tell you the same thing.
In certain aspects, because
let me tell you right now, no. Listen, any anthropologist worth their salt would straight up tell you cannot, in good faith, compare cultures. It is not possible. You can talk about the differences and things like that, but you can't necessarily say one's better or one's worse.
You absolutely can't.
Because no, you can't. You cannot. I'm not even discussing this. This is no anthropologist would tell you can. Because that's not how culture is measured. So you saying that culturally we are better off now is very much so contrary to everything we know about culture within anthropology.
I am saying that because overall, almost every marker of economical, societal, technologically is not fair. That is absolutely true. But in almost every measurable aspect we have of people's lives during every era that people have lived, people are better off now.
Full stop. As soon as you start bringing up something like we have antibiotics or our economic systems you're already changing what the argument's about. You've completely changed tack and brought in oranges to a debate about which is the best apple. Because that is not the same thing whatsoever. And you cannot, in good faith, make that argument. If we're talking about comparing cultures and cultural differences, you're automatically off to the wrong start if you're like, well, no historian would want to live 500 years ago. Yeah, we happen to like having antibiotics. That's true. I also happen to like having plumbing. That does not mean that we are better off now than we ever have.
I'm sure you also
culturally.
like being able to walk down the street and not expecting that someone's going to smack you across the head for opening your mouth. 500 years ago,
you mean
that's
they
culturally
literally would now. They literally do that now.
That is not the expectation of what happens now. Does it sometimes happen? Sure, absolutely.
White man don't think that. As a woman,
you're right. Every time a woman talks in public nowadays, someone gets hit. You're right. I've seen that.
Women are actually afraid of being assaulted almost every time they go out.
You shouldn't.
But we are. And as a white man, it is incredibly scary that you don't understand that.
No, I do understand that you are, because there is a culture of fear regarding that. Right now, and this isn't an argument. This is not an argument right now.
Trail of dead women. That's not a culture of fear.
Sure, absolutely. Except that you're the safest right now as a woman than you ever have been in history.
Wow, this is
incredible. No. That's not an opinion. That is like FBI statistical fact.
And it is
crime statistics are a fact.
Toxic opinion.
Crime statistics are a fact. I don't know what to tell you.
Yes,
you are safer now than you ever have.
My brother has criminal law degrees. I took criminal law coursework in my degrees. Okay? I'm telling you, you are wrong. And it is really toxic that you would even say that.
I could repost FBI crime statistics to show you that they're down across the board.
Yes, for sure. Show us all about how you, a non-woman, are going to tell all of us women that we are just living in fear.
I'm not.
Because statistically, women are not being assaulted all the time.
Of course.
Women don't necessarily report being assaulted either, because Men don't take us seriously when
Do
we
get
report
assaulted all the
crimes.
time. I never said they
You're
didn't.
correct.
My point
That
is
doesn't
per
mean it's the
capita.
safest it's
It
ever been.
happens. If it happens less often now than
But
it
it
ever has in
doesn't. We
history,
just don't always report it. Well, you do not have
well,
firsthand
that's the same in
experience.
history. Do you think historically women always reported? That's the
You're
same in
correct.
every aspect of history.
That doesn't mean that it is a substantial improvement that you can tell women, well, you're just living in a culture of fear, but it's the best it's ever been for you, so you should be happy. That is so problematic.
No, that is not actually what I said
Yes,
at
it
all.
is.
No,
You just
I didn't
told us
say
there
you
was
should just
a
be.
culture of fear, and that this is the safest it's ever been. That's not remotely true. There is a culture
The
where this
fact
is
that it is
still
the safest it's ever
okay.
been is.
It is not. Very much so not. Hell, there were periods in time where striking anyone, especially a woman, like, yeah, she may have been seen as a man's property, but you can get your hand cut off for it anyway. So there was a lot fewer women being struck
Just
because
so
if
you
you
know,
damage that woman.
because there are a lot of studies done on this. It is
Yes, I
true.
know. I've read them.
People's perception on safety is that they feel that they're the unsafest they've ever been. That is a very common thing. That there's a whole bunch of studies on this. Okay, the actual numbers of the matter says you are the safest you have ever been.
There's
Your
a couple of
perception
studies
on
that
it.
say that. A few of them. But the reality is that's not necessarily true. There's a couple of studies that say that. Not all of them have concluded that. And there's a reason for that. And the thing is, there's actually always within the body of research, there's always a couple of things that conclude slightly differently. But if you know how to read research, you know that reading the punchline, just what their conclusion was, is usually not the best way to go about it. You also have to read their findings, how they were interpreted, and a lot of times there's biases. And do you think that maybe a cultural bias where it is perceived that women are more safe now than they've ever been, being, part of our culture would possibly influence the people doing the study to go, well, it doesn't seem that bad. They're just scared. Because that is actually something that comes up a lot. The reality is, it is incredibly not okay to say those words because it's not true. There's no
Right.
evidence for it.
But the FBI crime statistics on the rate of
But-
crimes per capita has nothing to do with people
Well,
reporting
we
things and
have
how they felt.
already very clearly explained to you that there is bias and missed events. There's a lot of things that don't get recorded. You've had this explained to you several times now. I don't want to hear anything else about the FBI statistics because they mean very little.
The argument that you're making is that no information, none of this information.
Again, that is what's called a logical fallacy there, Will. I didn't say anything about all of the information. I
Just
said
the ones
something
you
is
don't
limited.
like.
No. Again, that's what's called a logical fallacy, Will. So, again, what I said is something as small and non-comprehensive as FBI statistics that they even admit in those statistics, they don't actually catch everything, being used as a basis to determine women's safety is always going to be flawed. In fact, if you read the FBI statistics, they even say in those statistics that there's a lot of things that aren't necessarily captured because there's criteria that have to be met for things to be recorded, and things fall through the cracks. So no one in good faith is using those statistics to be like, yes, women are safe. No one in their right mind in good faith is going to do that. So I'm really not interested in hearing you go, well,
I
based
didn't
on
say you
these
were.
statistics.
I said you
But
were
you
safer than you
did.
ever have been in. I didn't say you were safe.
did.
No,
But you are
that.
also
No, you are
statistically
conflating
wrong.
two separate things.
Yes, you correct. You are doing that. You
No.
are saying that because the FBI statistics say one thing, again, about in general overall crime being down, again, not the same thing as hate crimes or attacks on women. Those are also not actually the same thing at all. So we cannot actually conclude one thing from the other. That is not at all true. We can also not conclude that those statistics represent safety. We cannot conclude that those statistics represent all forms of assault, intimidation, mistreatment of women, verbal assaults, abuse, catcalling, intimidation. None of these things would be recorded. Women being almost slapped or attempted to be slapped would not be recorded. But by your argument, because a limited source that does not capture all of these things that make women unsafe going about the world says there is a reduction in crime overall, you're going to automatically believe that things are the best they've ever been for women, which is deeply flawed. You cannot make that conclusion based off the information that you have. And you could definitely not make that conclusion correctly.
So the reason why I use FBI crime statistics is because it is one of the few full account. Well, not full, like you said, it doesn't report everything, but it is one of the fullest accounting of those statistics that we have. Most of the other accounting of those statistics are
And
going to
they
be from more local police
also
departments and stuff like that.
openly state that you cannot make that type of statistical conclusion. In fact, anything that compiles data like that will tell you you cannot use that to draw meaningful conclusions like you're trying to do. There's a lot that goes into drawing that type of conclusion. And it's not just, well, according to this,
That is
there's,
not the
an
only
overall
source
drop.
out that
You're correct.
states.
And most of them do not conclude that. No one in their right mind would conclude that.
I'm pretty sure actually almost all of them conclude that over the past 20 years, the rate of violent crime per capita has fallen.
Exactly. And that is not what you're saying.
That is what I'm saying.
But it's
that's what that
Again,
translates to.
No,
You are
it
not
doesn't,
safe.
Will.
No one is safe, but we are safer than we were.
Will, try
That
to
is
comprehend
quite
this.
literally what that
You,
means, Mal.
as a white man on the street, might be a little bit safer, but that does not mean minority groups are. Overall, if violence against white men goes down, no, stop talking. Violence against white men going down significantly would also greatly decrease the overall crime per capita because it is an overall look. It does not meaningfully go into details. You cannot compare these things in good faith. If I were to say, overall, people are eating less food, that means they should be losing weight. But the reality is, we're now eating significantly higher calorie food in our diet. And, overall, they're eating less food, but they're eating such calorie rich foods, they're not going to lose weight. Say I'm only eating one meal a day, but that meal has 3,000 calories in it. I'm going to gain weight like crazy. That does not mean much of anything. You have to look very closely as to what those mean. What's being reported? What's not being reported? What data are we missing? You're missing such a huge dearth of information here and drawing an inaccurate conclusion and saying that this translates automatically over, and it does not. Nobody would reach that conclusion in good faith because you don't have the information to do so.
There is one correlation you can draw that does give me the information where I can make that statement, which is that per capita,
Again,
everything you just mentioned was worse 50 years ago.
That is not how that works. Well, you are again assuming that this is going to be meaningful and across the board, that because it's gone down per capita, that everyone, every crime is going to be reduced. Per capita means per person, per individual impacted. It does not mean
I'm not just
that
talking about the
it's going to
FBI
be true for
statistics.
every demographic. Yes, you are. You're using the same type of information, which also cannot be manipulated in that way. Again, it's just like saying
non-man I know has been raped, essayed, DV'd, abused, intimidated, coerced. 90% of what has happened to them has not been reported.
I have
single
so many
non-man,
stories,
which is so fucking many. It's the majority of the people I know. Right? Easily 90% haven't been reported.
Yes.
Probably 40% or more don't even know what happened to them counts as a crime.
Yes. There's also this very, very well-known statistic that doesn't affect
absolutely cannot continue
men.
this conversation. I'm going to have to walk away.
Yes. The big point I want to make is it's a very well known fact that women reporting crimes are often not taken seriously because men don't see them as big enough deals. This
I
is a
don't.
huge problem.
I agree. I agree.
So then
And I've said
nobody,
this before. You are not
so
safe.
how
No one
then,
is safe. There is no safety.
so then,
That's not a.
how then, in good faith, can you sit here and say that it's the safest for women it has ever been when we know that most of these events are not being reported
Why
or
do you
reported?
think it's not? It wasn't worse before. That's my question. Why do you think that
Why do you
those
think
lived
it's better?
experiences weren't?
Why do you think
Because
it's better?
by every measurable metric we have to make that judgment, it is.
But that does not mean it's better. We're just saying it's still not being measured.
I mean, no, it doesn't
You
directly because we're not a woman in
you
the 50s
cannot
that could say that. You're right.
exactly. Just like you're not a woman at all.
But
who can
that's
make
not
that
fair to
comparison.
say. That's not fair to say because the information we have outside of anecdotal experience does say that.
Look, no, it doesn't. It does not.
Crime versus woman in the
full stop.
50s was measurably
Oh
worse.
my God. This is almost quaint, but no, it's not. This is not a reasonable, rational conclusion. You would get your ass lit on fire by any statistician. This is not how statistics work. This is not how you look into stats and go, yes, this is the conclusion I'm going to draw based off of this information, which is clearly complete. And clearly, this will be across the board for everybody. Nobody in their right mind would say that. Nobody nobody in any of these groups are saying what you're saying. You are drawing this conclusion based off of information that is incomplete. You cannot make these conclusions based off of what you have.
Actually, if you Google.
Actually, let me stop you right now with the but actually that's big incel talk. Don't even start. I am the one who has actual anthropological background here.
Right.
I
But
am telling you, culturally, you are already missing the point of how
But-
to measure cultures, good versus bad.
But if I Google
You
is
can't
violent
compare
crime against
cultures.
women down versus 1950, violent crime against women significantly lower today compared to 1950.
I'm super glad that you have proven that there is a statistical problem in reporting. But let me tell you, if you kept reading, I would not say that. Because there is always an issue with reporting.
Yeah.
Always.
The statistics say violent crime was lower today compared to 1950, and in the 1950s there was even more underreporting than there is today.
I'm super glad that you're still not missing the point because it's really proving my point here. The point is, you as a white man are not comprehending that we are telling you it has not improved. Reporting has gone down.
No, you don't.
No. Well,
You
I
weren't a woman in the
actually did it.
50s. You don't get to
I
say
am still a fucking woman, Will.
yes, and
You
you've
are
had
telling
plenty
me-
of
No,
awful
stop
experiences.
talking. Yes, none
Yes.
of which I have fucking reported.
I
How
believe
many-
that. I'm sorry. That's awful. That shouldn't
I'm
have happened.
super glad you as a white man have the experience that women are safer and think that a couple of
I'm not saying that.
statistics. But you are.
No,
you are.
the
I
information
don't
says.
know how to dumb this down for you any further, but your statistics are not taking into account women's safety specifically. You Googled one buzz phrase that is drawing from information that does not actually exist in that means. I'm super glad Googling gave you the answer you wanted, but that's not how research works. You do know what research is, right?
I mean,
You do understand that
there's so
research and
many links
Googling-
here that all.
Let me spoil this for you. I don't give a fuck about your Google links.
Oh.
I'm asking about the research. The actual
Well, I haven't
research.
looked into research on that
No, no.
specifically, but all the information
You're
still
not a
says that.
researcher, but it doesn't. Your links say that. A couple of links say that for something that you Googled specifically, verbatim, in a way that you wanted to see it. When you do that, you are going to skew the stats. Research does not work that way, Will. If I want to know if crime of a certain way or certain nature has gone down, the first thing I'm going to look at isn't just the statistics. I'm going to look into reporting trends. Are things being reported? Are things culturally more acceptable or less acceptable? There's a lot that goes into research besides doing a quick Google search. People who are researchers are not sitting there Googling and then writing papers off of it. In fact, in college, one of the big things you learn is they don't want you to just Google it and write a paper based off of that. One of the big things they want you to do is actually have a detailed analysis of literature. Pull the literature, look at the stats, do a comparison. You've done none of these things. None. And I'm telling you where your flaws are in your conclusions, and you're choosing not to listen. And that's a problem.
What I'm saying is that every piece of information I have ever read
Yeah.
on this subject and heard from people who are statisticians, people who are anthropologists who have talked about this,
And
all
as a
agree.
no,
Fi-
they don't. The fact that you're
Don't
even
know what to
saying
tell.
that tells me you haven't looked or asked, because they do not fucking say that well. UN Women Data Hub. I just Googled the same thing you did. 1 in 3 women have experienced physical and or sexual violence. So please tell
Mhm.
me, do you think this is improved? Or is you as a white man not
It
experiencing this
is
totally fine?
improved from what it was.
It's not,
I didn't
sweetheart.
say
I
it's
don't know
good.
how to
I
dumb this
didn't
down
say it's
further.
great. I didn't say
I
you were
don't
safe.
know how
I
to
said
dumb
it's
this down
improved.
further. It is not. It's not. It's just not. It's not a meaningful improvement. It is not that women, when you say things like women are the safest they have ever been, you are immediately incorrect. Immediately, you are disqualified from being a member of the conversation because you genuinely have not done the research or looked into the stats.
I'm
Women are not the
open to the
safest they've
opposite.
ever been.
Send me some papers. Send me
You
some
have
research on.
literally not been open to the opposite. We have explained it to you in depth, and you've chosen not to listen.
The only arguments you have ever made are anecdotal
Sweet
ones.
pea. Sweet pea.
That's
No.
regarding. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well,
It's true.
be a big boy and explain to me how your reading of the stats that did not actually conclude what you said. You had to Google it to get the answer you wanted. The stats, the ones that we were actually discussing, what part of that specifically talked about crimes against women and went into detail about that?
I actually just very quickly glanced at the AI overview,
Oh, yeah.
which
You did
collates
the
all the
AI
data
overview.
from that. Yes, I did.
Sweetie. Oh, that's so funny. And you actually expected
Can you find me
that sort
something
of
that says the
research.
opposite?
Sure. So I can pull up something on AI right now that'll show you the opposite. Really easy, actually, because when you use AI, it's going to show you exactly what you asked for, whether or not it's 100% true or not, because that's how AI works. It's going to show you an answer. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the correct one. I need you to try to comprehend this. You're not actually doing research well. You're
If
not
I did the
making.
opposite of
Also,
what you said
let
with
me put it
my
this way too.
question.
No, no, I'm going to stop you right now because you just engaged in another logical fallacy, and I'm going to see if you can guess which one.
What?
Can you guess which one?
Listen, I googled the violent crime against women is up versus 1950, and I still get the answer: violent crime against women is significantly lower.
For AI, yes. Okay, sweetie, let's go over it this way. You said you needed me to prove you wrong. Do you know what logical fallacy that is?
Prove me wrong by proving that you're right by sending me something that says the opposite.
Sweetie, you made a claim. You do not have evidence for that claim.
My claim is that violent.
AI collated.
I
set
can't
of
find
data
a
that
single
says
thing that says
exactly
the
wrong.
opposite, but I'll make a very clear
Mhm.
claim that violent crime against women is down today than it was in the
No.
1950s.
Let's talk about this
That
in
was
10 full
my
way.
that was my
Stop. No, you did not. You said that women were the safest they've ever been, is what you were saying. And
I mean, that's what
immediately
that
we
means.
were like, what the fuck? Because holy shit, that's not true. Now, what you were saying is that violent crime against women was down. That is completely inaccurate, because what we can say is that reporting that actually made it into the FBI logs, but it was also, according to the FBI data you were looking at, not actually collated in that way, was down. The reporting was down. We have already proven to you that that cannot be used as a way to draw that conclusion, because most crimes against women are not reported. Most crimes against women are not necessarily taken seriously as crimes. We know this. There's a lot of criminal law evidence showing this to be true. There is a lot of UN data talking about crimes against women because the United Nations knows this is a problem. We have shown to you multiple times that the data that you're using cannot be extrapolated the way that you're trying to. So rather than actually looking for data on that, you Googled it and used an AI source, which will find you the exact answer you want. Again, that is not evidence for your point. Burden of proof means that you need to find a source that explicitly says that with good research and stats to match. And I don't care if you're saying crime against all women reported is down. I'm having an issue with the claim that women are the safest they have ever been, which is verbatim what you said to me. And that is what made Prim will leave the chat, because that was absolutely an unhinged statement to make.
If violent crime is at the lowest point it's ever been against women, does that not mean women are the safest they've ever been?
No. Because again, you're not looking at all violent crime. No, let's dumb this down again. You are looking at statistics that represent reported and actionable crimes that have been reported and put into a database to be collected. That does not mean all crime. That does not mean all crimes that have been committed. That does not mean that everything that has done to me.
Those numbers don't.
Stop talking. You made a claim that women are the safest they have ever been, which is a very, very broad claim. You are using stats that require reporting that do not catch all of the things that make women unsafe and their experiences unsafe and abuse and things that do not necessarily meet the requirements for reporting for things like violent crime databases. And saying that all of that means that women are wrong and they live in a culture of fear. That is an incredibly toxic and erroneous thing to say. You have not provided evidence to support what you've said, because there's so many ways to punch holes in the data you're saying to provide, or to provide proof of this. The holes have been punched in your data. You have not been able to support your claim. Your raft that this claim is sitting on is sinking. You have yet to be able to find anything to prop it up. I do not need to provide more evidence when you can't even provide evidence for your claim. Burden of proof is on you in this case, and you have not met that burden of proof because you are not providing evidence for the statement that you made. And again, the statement that you made was women are the safest they have ever been. You do not have data for that.
I am pretty sure I can find a whole bunch.
You cannot, because you've already proven that you don't necessarily know what data you would need.
Well, I can only use the data that we have is the thing. You're saying there's all these things that aren't part of that report. That's true. That's true. But I then no one can talk about that then.
Then you
because
cannot
you're saying
make a statement like that and be taken seriously. You made a very, very bold statement that is absolutely unable to be supported, and were immediately called out on that. And then you used logical fallacy and inaccurate data that is incomplete to try to support it. And when that was pointed out, instead of going, okay, maybe I misspoke, you doubled down. You made an inaccurate, unprovable statement.
I made a statement.
We were upset. That was inaccurate and unsupportable.
I made a statement that is supported by the information that we do have available.
Full stop. It's not. With what you presented, you cannot say women are the safest they have ever been. That is not supported by your evidence. You cannot say that it is. There's no way to argue that it is. You made an incredibly inappropriate, insensitive, problematic statement, and then doubled down by saying that women live in a culture of fear, which is incredibly toxic, reductive, and borderline abusive, actually. That was not okay. You do not have data to support it. You've already proven you don't have data to support it. You have data that you think comes alongside and can be extrapolated out to support it, but that's not how data works. That's not how supporting an argument works. You can't say, well, I have this, and I think that could translate over to. Nobody asked. Nobody asked what you thought it could translate over to. We said what data explicitly supports that. And the reality is you have none because your point was not defendable. It was not something that could be proven.
Well, if you're assuming that the information that we do have is so wrong because things aren't reported, not everything is reported exactly, then sure, you are correct. I don't agree with that though, because I only have the
I
information
didn't
that we do
ask.
have.
I didn't ask. I'm asking if you have the ability to support your statement with hard evidence, and you do not. Therefore, you cannot make that statement in good faith. You can't. You made a vast, unsupportable statement that minimized the experiences of women. You actually were condescending and minimizing of women's experiences by saying that we live in a culture of fear. That was deeply problematic. And you owe pretty much everyone an apology for that. That was not okay. And it is not supported by your evidence because it is incomplete at best. And your evidence doesn't actually draw the conclusions you say. It does not. You are looking at violent crime statistics, which, sure, I mean, maybe could be meaningful if it was complete and we were able to say with confidence that the majority of cases of violent crime against women were reported, which we can say statistically, based off of all the evidence we have, that most violent crime against women does not get reported or is not actionable and does not actually have a case filed. Because, like, what can you do? You don't actually have evidence against the person who you said assaulted you. How can you file a report? There's no evidence anything happened. You just said it happened. That report would not go anywhere and it would not get into these databases. We have established that there is deep flaws in the data that you're trying to use to make this point. You cannot support the statement you made with evidence that we know is going to be incomplete to make that statement. Full stop. You cannot draw that conclusion. There's statements that you could make where you could say statistically there's not as much crime against women being reported, but you cannot say something like women are the safest they've ever been, but they just live in a culture of fear and be taken seriously for that. Automatically, you've made such a huge leap that it's no longer supportable or a sensible argument.
I mean, saying statistically that crime against women that is reported is down is basically what I that is what I said. And that's the
But it's
correlation you have to.
not. It's not. You said verbatim that women are the safest they have ever been, but we live in a culture of fear. That is indefensible by any of the data you have tried to bring up. Do you admit this? Can you understand why that argument cannot be supported?
I agree that
There-
I could definitely go find more information and post more
But
information.
you
If you want me to find more
can't.
statistics,
You can't because it cannot be supported. You made such a sweeping, vast statement that is physically impossible to support. You cannot possibly have all the data that you need to make that kind of statement in good faith. There's always going to be failures in reporting. Throughout history, there's always going to be failures in reporting. Women do not feel safe going to male law enforcement officers, which, spoiler, if you didn't know, most law enforcement officers are men, to report these crimes. Women, like Prim said, often don't know that what happened to them is reportable, or they're so in shock from the assault that they don't know to go to report it. They go to report things they don't have the evidence because, for whatever reason, they didn't see who assaulted them. Things like this happen all the time, and you are making a sweeping statement based off of evidence we have already shown you cannot possibly be in the data to be reported or reportable, and trying to draw conclusions based off of that. It will not work. And no one in good faith will stand by you on that one. Now, you talk to any criminal law expert, and they're going to tell you crimes against women often go unreported. That is a major topic of conversation in criminal law areas. We talk about disparities in criminal justice. And one of the big things that comes up is crimes against women that go unreported. The huge log of unprocessed rape kits, crimes
Right.
against women that could never prosecuted. We do not have data to support the claim that you made because there's so many flaws in the reporting process, so many deficits and things that are being reported or not reported. You made a sweeping statement that cannot ever physically be proven, and therefore it is not defensible.
I disagree because per capita, all kinds
It
of
wasn't
crime are
something
down.
you can It's not something that you can argue against, especially not with the data that you're looking at. Saying all types of crime are down does not disprove what I've said. It is not an argument against what I've said.
It is. It is though.
No, it's not, because we've just established that most crimes against women are unreported.
Right, but
So you saying,
that has always been the case. That's not something new that just
sweetie,
happened this.
I know, but you're not grasping that the two things do not necessarily correlate. You're assuming that they're going to be static and the percentages are going to stay constant. That is not true. That is a deeply flawed conclusion to draw.
Well, I can't talk to information that requires stuff that wasn't reported. I can only talk to the numbers of
Exactly,
what they
which is
are.
why you can't draw the conclusions that you are.
Then the counter argument is that you can't make any argument regarding this whatsoever. We can't
Then
talk about how
stop
safe
trying to
women are
draw
because
those
it doesn't exist.
conclusions. Then stop
I
trying to draw those
I
conclusions.
think
That
it's
is what you're being
I
told.
think no,
You drew a conclusion that you could not possibly draw and minimized women and their experiences based off of information that cannot possibly exist. That is the problem.
there
You
are
do not
certain
have the,
information that does exist though. There
there
are metrics that
is
are reported.
not, and those metrics do not actually have enough information to draw the conclusions you tried to.
I think they do.
They don't. That's what you're being told. Literally, no one would say that.
That's how a lot of people judge
No,
crime.
they're not. Specifically, if they were looking at crime, something that can be measured with reasonable accuracy, like reported cases, that would mean something. But that's not what you said. Your verbatim statement was far more wide sweeping, and you said women are the safest they have ever been, which is deeply flawed and not able to be supported by evidence. Because you would need a lot more evidence, including unreported cases of assault, unreported violence crimes, cases that were reported but couldn't actually be formally reported and actually logged in a police database where it could be collected and compiled. Those things would also need to be able to be collated in order to make that argument. You do not have the ability to do that. Therefore, you do not have the ability to draw the conclusion you're trying to. You can say, well, in my opinion, based off of the overall reduction in the reports of these crimes, I think that it's likely gone down. Would be fair, problematic, but fair. What you said was indefensible by any data, though. And it was also reductive, minimalistic, and deeply problematic.
I think every piece of information we do have on the subject, even if you feel they're incomplete, that's
So,
a
no, no, no.
valid argument.
Let's fix this right now here. And by fix it, I don't mean fix it, but let's see this. There is information here showing that sexual violence in the US not being reported. 63% of assaults are not reported to the police. Only 12% of child sexual abuse is reported to authorities. And that's just based off of what we know.
That includes men being assaulted and not reporting it too, though.
Yeah.
Is
By
another
the way,
thing. Yeah.
1 in 5 women are assaulted and 1 in 16. So statistically, if we were to look at those numbers and how they extrapolate out, it would still make your information deeply flawed.
But the thing is that even if you added those to the numbers, I still think that's lower than it
But
was.
you
80
don't
years
have evidence of that because you made such a wide sweeping statement that it cannot possibly be proven. So, abused women and their children are reporting this statistic: 44% of domestic violence goes unreported. 5 and 6 women who don't report or who are raped don't report.
Mm-hmm. That's all sounds accurate.
So all of these things are true. And overall, you are still reaching the conclusion that women are just living in fear because they are the safest they
No,
have ever
well,
been,
let me turn
which
this
is
around.
no, no, no. You are not able to support this by any evidence whatsoever. I have just punched holes in the fact that your evidence that you were referring to, first of all, it's not possible to be static over the years, the percentages of what types of crimes are being reported. So looking at a generic thing like violent crime is deeply flawed on its own. But to say that the fact that that is down overall per capita means that violence against women is automatically down across the board, including what's not being reported, is so deeply flawed, it's comedic.
I kind of think it's the other way around. I
But
think if you think
you
there is a point in
genuinely
history where
don't have
women were
evidence for that.
safer than they are now is insane.
The fact that you think that what you have is enough to prove that women throughout history have never been safer than they are
There's
now
there's
is
so much
so
evidence
deeply
that women
problematic.
were worse off
Well,
in every other part of
sweetheart,
it.
sweetheart, let's put it this way. There's no fucking statistics for the past. We can't pull stats to look. You have no basis for this argument besides what you think is likely true. You cannot prove what you said. Your verbatim statement was women are the safest they have ever been. You are incapable of proving that because there are no statistics. You are at best able to go, well, I think based off of my opinion of previous cultures, I think that this is most likely true. That is not the same thing as evidence or proving your point. You cannot physically prove such a wide sweeping statement. It is not possible.
If you
I'm
want me
not
to
going
phrase
to
it like
sit
that,
here and
then that's fine. My opinion
you
is that women
cannot.
are safer now than they have been in any other point in history.
And I'm telling you that that is an incredibly reductive, minimalistic, and problematic statement to make. And I have shown you very, very clear evidence that you cannot draw that conclusion.
I
And
don't
as
know
a
what to
woman,
tell
you
you.
really don't even have a right to make that conclusion.
Every study we have on women's rights in
Every
other
study you
cultures and
have
years.
is not, no, sweetheart, you cannot say that to an anthropologist and be taken seriously because there's literally no one who would draw that
Let me
conclusion.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. Is there a point in time when women had better rights and living standards than they do today? Is there a time period I'm not aware of that you
Sweetie,
do know of as an
this is
anthropologist
really
where it
comedic.
was better?
We've already gone over this. You're conflating apples and oranges again. Remember how we were saying that you can't compare things like crime going on to like economic things that are going on. If we want to talk about women being safe throughout history, there's a lot of things you have to consider. And we can't necessarily say that women are the safest they've ever been without looking into what they're safe from. Are we talking about childbirth? Sure, we could argue that childbirth is better now than it was in the
Everything.
past.
Everything. Just everything
I
altogether.
well, no, no, no. We're not going there because that is way too wide sweeping of an argument. And we cannot compare two things. Like, yeah, antibiotics exist now, which is fucking great and it's improved the life of everybody. That does not mean that women are the safest they have ever been in other aspects. In terms of crime, maybe, but it also depends on where you're at. And it also depends on, as a woman, are you actually safe to go outside? And most women would tell you that no. And, there were times in history where women actually were not afraid to leave their homes. There was actually a lot of time in history where women weren't super afraid to leave their homes. The culture of being afraid to leave their homes now is because women are actually endangered so often. There were times in history where women could be relatively sure that men would probably not assault them unless they were in a place where men were extremely drunk. There were periods of time where that was a reasonable expectation. There were periods of time where locking your door was not necessary in vast parts of the world. That does not mean that they were statistically safer in every way. Like they could have been killed by the plague at any point, but their crime rates were down, much lower than they are now, for instance. Or there were periods of time where, having a lock on your door did not mean they were just not going to burn it down and take all your goods after you died. You cannot compare these things in good faith. There's always going to be ebb and flow and flux, like we were saying in terms of culture. You're making a vast reaching conclusion based off of data that you could never possibly pull. You're comparing things that cannot possibly be compared because there is no analog to compare these things. There's a reason that within anthropology, people don't really compare cultures and say which one's better than the other because you can't do that. There isn't a way to compare them like that. And most of this conversation has been you can't really compare those things. You can't really draw a conclusion between those things. And you, as somebody who is not part of that community, especially cannot draw that conclusion.
You said there were parts of the world where violent crime against women was lower than it is here in the States.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Especially if there was, severe penalties against striking a woman. Yeah. But it would also depend on how you're actually looking at what violence against women would have been considered as. Because, maybe being raped by your husband wasn't a crime at that point and it wouldn't be reported.
I was gonna
Or
say
maybe,
I'm not aware of anywhere that
again,
had
you
protections
are
for women being
currently let's explain this again why your assumption that you can even make this comparison is deeply flawed. Because the perception of what a crime against a woman would have been was always going to be different depending on the culture you were in, the time period you were in, the culture, the laws of the time changed drastically over time. There would have been times where beating your wife was completely okay, times where it was completely taboo, times where you could sell your wife on the square. I think it was Georgia in England, you could technically sell your wife. But there was always this variation throughout history, and we can't necessarily go, well, women were super safe now compared to then, when some things that happen to women now would be completely mind-boggling to people in the past. The idea of a woman being attacked or hit by a man would have lost his hand 200 years ago. So a woman actually being hit by a man was probably very not common at the time after, you lose your hand for striking a woman. It's probably not something that happened a whole lot. So we can reasonably say that there was variation, and it's really unfair and impossible to make that type of conclusion because we do not have comparable data points. We don't even have data points to make this comparison. You're making a sweeping statement and assumption that cannot be made because you do not have the data. You don't have the data for now to draw that conclusion, let alone for the past. You're making assumptions based off of what you think happened.
Yeah, most times in histories it's not even illegal to hit a woman. I think that's
Based on,
indicative of the culture. Based on
based
that, we
on.
have recordings of different laws from different cultures and different civilizations.
How do you know that there wasn't penalties that weren't necessarily reported by laws?
That's very true, but I can't argue on information I
You
don't have and isn't
can
available.
exactly. You can't argue based off a lack of information, so you cannot draw that fucking conclusion. You drew a conclusion you cannot possibly draw. It is not possible based off of the information we have to draw that conclusion. And it's an incredibly problematic conclusion to try to draw. As we have established, you do not have the data points to be able to say or compare. We don't even have comparable data to be able to compare. Because what was a crime then and what is a crime now? Completely different things. Even if we had the data points, you couldn't compare them reasonably.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's been studies that say the trend is clear that
They could not.
you were many more
They
times
could
likely to
not.
be murdered for most of human history than you are now.
They could not possibly draw those conclusions. So we don't have data points to do that.
But even the data we do have just for the states since like the
Again,
60s.
we've already established that that data is flawed in many ways.
Yeah, all data is flawed in some ways, generally
Exactly. You're
speaking. Yeah,
drawing conclusions based off of data they didn't actually collect for the purpose of establishing crime against women in general, whether or not it could be reported or we knew who the perpetrator was. We do not have evidence to support the claim that you're making because there isn't actually a huge amount of data to support or disprove that claim at all. There is not enough data to draw a meaningful conclusion that you're trying to draw. The data points do not exist. We know that there are deep flaws in the data. There's a lot of discussion on the flaws in the data. The big thing that is discussed actually is the flaws in the data. When you go to any of these sites that talk about crime against women, the major thing they talk about is the flaws in reporting. Do you think that's not an important aspect? Because I feel like if they're talking about how deep the disparity of reported versus unreported crime is, maybe looking at the reported crime is not the way to go if you want to actually look at the safety of women.
I don't agree with, because there's information missing, sure, but you
Again, I
still.
didn't ask if you agreed or not. I am telling you that you cannot possibly draw that conclusion. It is just based off the laws of debate. If we're going to talk about just the basic information of debate, proving your points, the burden of proof, you do not have the burden of proof fulfilled in order to make that statement, which is why I'm not letting it go further to discuss, because it's not discussable. There's not enough data to have a conclusion of that magnitude to be drawn. You can't draw that conclusion because there isn't data for it. We've established that. You have agreed that there isn't data to do so. And then you'll go, but this data shows, well, I didn't ask what that data shows. That data isn't actually meaningful to this topic. And we've already established it's flawed. You can try to make correlations, but they will not firmly affirm or disprove anything. It's just data points that may or may not be significantly meaningful. Probably not, though.
I don't know what to tell you. I know you say it's not something I can agree with or disagree with, but I don't. I think there's a lot of studies and a lot of information that people base off the FBI crime statistics. It's just what it.
They do. There's a lot of data that's taken out of the statistics, but they always use the caveat that this is incomplete data. You are not making those caveats. You are not incorporating the fact that there is flaws in this data
Well,
in your
I
conclusion.
do understand that. It's just that this is the
But you
information that is available.
don't. The information you're available is flawed, and you drew a vastly problematic and incorrect conclusion based off of that, and are unwilling to apologize for being being so adamant in a conclusion that is not able to be defended by the data. You said something deeply toxic and minimalistic and condescending, and are unwilling to back down, regardless of the fact that there is no way to prove that point.
Per capita, for
Again,
the
per
statistics that we have.
capita does not mean that everything is the same all the time. If we're talking about violent crime being reported, that does not mean 20% of it's rape, 30% of it's against women, statistically the same throughout the years. You cannot draw the conclusion that because per capita it's gone down, that violent crime against women has definitely also gone down. You can say, well, I think it probably did, but that counts for about jack shit. You don't actually have the evidence. You don't have the proof.
I'm looking at the categorical things, which include forcible rape, assault, and what. I'm not just looking at the one number.
I know that you're trying to, and I know that you're trying really hard, but we've already established there is huge reporting deficiencies. The definition of rape is not static, it is different all over the place. Things that are
Correct.
reported or
It
not
didn't even
reported.
it didn't even include men before 2016. Forcible rape. That's
Exactly. It is so hilariously inappropriate to draw that conclusion based off of that data that you just cannot be taken seriously. That is why people will shut down and be like, not even gonna listen to you.
right.
Like,
But
this is not a
you
defensible
said
statement to
burden
make.
of proof, and I've brought up
You have
what
not
statistics
met
do
burden of
agree.
proof,
Have you
but they don't.
uh,
You have brought up things that are at best kind of similar in the same vein, but don't actually prove your point. You have not been able to prove your point. Therefore, you cannot defend that point. You have to meet burden of proof, and that means actually proving your point in a way that cannot be argued. You said if you want to prove, let's say, I don't know, I argue with the anti-vaxxers all the time. Vaccines contain aluminum or something. Okay, what's your evidence? And I'll spoil this for you. They don't contain aluminum, so they usually can't actually provide evidence. You have tried to provide evidence that does not actually correlate in a meaningful way or actually support your evidence or your point. You have things that are kind of, sort of, if you squint, able to be extrapolated out to maybe support what you're saying, but they don't actually support what you're saying in their raw form. And but the fact that we know that there are deficits in the data, they do not and will never support your point. You cannot use that as evidence. You're not meeting burden of proof. Therefore, the argument cannot continue, the debate cannot continue because you haven't even met the bare minimum.
You can make that argument. I don't agree, and this is something I will
I
not
don't have
agree
to make
on.
the argument. Okay, this is just how
I have-
standard debate works.
I have official statistics that is
they
generally
don't
widely accepted and
support
used in a
that.
lot of.
It's not.
It
I don't
100%
know how to
is.
dumb this down any further. It's not. You made a statement that is not supported by the data. Your data is absolutely used to support other things, but it's not used to support what you were saying because nobody in their right mind says that. Nobody in their right mind goes, women are the safest they have ever been, because it's not a provable statement. Because there is not a comparison to be made. There are no data points to go back to make the comparison. Your entire statement is deeply flawed and cannot be supported. You cannot meet burden of proof because you do not have comparable data points. You do not even have reliable data points at present for the present time. Automatically, you do not meet burden of proof. It's not a debate. It's not an opinion. This is how debate works. If you know
Well,
anything about debate, that's how debate works.
the statistics were just as missing information in the 50s, more so even than they were now. So
Exactly.
that
That's why I'm
right,
trying to dumb this down for you. You
but that's
can't,
the
you
thing.
do not have data points to compare.
There isn't a full data point that exists for this, so we can
Exactly,
only
which
use
is
the information
why-
that we have.
And that's exactly why I'm trying to dumb down for you. You cannot make that conclusion because the data
Well,
does not exist.
I can't, because the information that we do
No,
have,
you can't.
I says
But
per
there is
capita,
not.
everything is the lowest it's
This
ever
is
been.
honestly
Well, since
embarrassing for you.
the 90s.
Honestly, this is embarrassing for you. Do you not grasp that you're saying it's the best it's ever been? You have to go back at every point that has ever been previously and prove that to be true. You physically cannot do that. You have already admitted you can't do that. There was missing data then, and there's even less data in the past.
Okay, well, even
You
if I stick just to
cannot
America,
Ever
I'll let if
prove that point.
I guess we'd have to go to a historian to talk about previous cultures before American, before the 1950s, when
No one who's ever worked in the sciences would be comfortable with you making that statement. They'd be like, oh, we don't have evidence for that. We can't really say that. They would say the same thing I did, where, maybe, but like there's not actually evidence because we lack the data points.
fair enough, but even if we just stick to just America since the 60s,
It does not matter. The data points do not exist
does?
to make a meaning. No, it doesn't.
I mean,
Let me dumb it down again. We've already established the data points were flawed then, they're flawed now. You cannot make a meaningful conclusion. You've already admitted that you grasp that the data points are missing. They're flawed. Why do you think anyone would take the conclusion seriously that's improved?
right, but there's why do you think we have more reporting now than we did then? So these stats now are more accurate than they were in the 50s.
Do you have proof of that?
And yet the number still has gone.
Sweetie, do you have proof of that? Do we know that women are reporting more than we did then? Has there been any
we do
reporting on
actually.
that?
It's a big part of the FAA website. If you read about like
Aw.
the 60s and the
it's super
70s,
cute
is that
you
they
think
say
that.
that the underreporting was even more.
It's super cute you think that, but there also isn't a lot of evidence for it. I'm glad that you think that this means something, but it doesn't because you're still missing the data points. I don't know how to dumb this down anymore, but you're making these sweeping statements that you cannot possibly make. You can draw minor conclusions like the reported data in the 60s is more than there's the reported data in the 90s or 2000s. Okay, sure. You can say that. You cannot say women are safer now than they were in the 60s or 50s or whatever because the data points are not comparable. We don't know for sure what the underreporting was. We don't know for sure, or we don't really have a way to compare what the laws looked like that protected or convicted these things. We don't actually have a easy way to make this comparison. It's again apples to oranges. You are making a sweeping statement that cannot in good faith be made. You can compare things that we do have like reported data, and that can be made in good faith. If you were to say there's less reported information or there's less reported cases of crime now than there were then, okay, that's fair. The point you were making, you cannot support with that evidence. You're trying to extrapolate it out to do so, but you can't. My point is that you cannot make that statement in good faith. My point is that there's so much flawed with the data that you're using, and there's so little data from the past that you cannot possibly make the conclusion you are. And rather than listening, you are belittling women and their safety and their, culture of fear to die on the hill that you are the correct one. But there's not evidence to support what you're saying.
I do actually have here's there's a multivariate long-term analysis of trends in the National Crime Survey and Crime Victimization Survey, just about reporting crimes essentially. And that that study talks about how reporting percentage-wise, the amounts of reports per possible crime have increased over time. Massive.
The amounts of reports, but that doesn't mean the overall percentage has
Well,
increased.
that's what I mean. I don't have a good word for that. Is the percentage of crimes that have occurred that are reported has increased.
Yeah, there's not actually a whole lot of evidence for that. I'd be interested to see how they drew those conclusions, but there's no real way they possibly could have.
I'd have to read through the whole thing, which I have not yet.
I'm
But,
not going to make you do that, and I'm not actually interested in you doing it. I'll happily read it later. But the reality is, it's not actually possible to make that conclusion firmly.
No, but it's a whole study. They can make a conclusion as best they can, and that's the one
Again,
that they can't do.
studies do not necessarily equate to being accurate either, and there can be flaws in studies. Studies have to be read thoroughly to actually understand them. Or assuming that the conclusion is something that you understand just because you skimmed it does not mean that that's what it meant. I will happily look into it later. The reality is, again, you cannot physically make that vast of a statement and defend it based off of the lack of information we have. I'm not asking about your opinion on reporting. I'm not asking about what the data says. I'm saying that the data now we've already confirmed is flawed. The data in the past we've already confirmed is flawed. And the data before that we've already confirmed doesn't exist. So saying women are the safest they've ever been is not defensible. It is not something you can defend.
I think there's enough information that I can make that.
There's not. There is not. Full stop. You do not have the data for it. Nobody in the sciences would ever take you seriously if you tried to say that.
I don't know what to tell you. It's like everything that I
Yes.
can find here that agrees that crime trends have gone
Yes,
down
and
since the 1990s.
this is why you're
Every
not a
single
person who is able to be writing this literature because you do not understand why you can't draw these conclusions.
right, but it seems like I'm not the one making that conclusion.
You are, because no rational person is looking at this data and extrapolating it out that far. They aren't. You are the one who's saying they're the safest they've ever been in history.
Well, if you want to cut the other countries culturally, because I agree there aren't statistics for that, that's this, I
I'm
guess,
not
more
even
of a
talking about
historical
other
argument.
countries. You're saying they're the safest they
Well,
have
since the
ever been.
1960s,
That
since
is
the
a
1960s.
very, very, very
Well,
broad statement to make.
I keep saying that. There was a huge crime wave in the 1990s. So technically it's since the 1990s, because our crime, for some reason, like the end of the 80s and the early 90s, went like way up for like a short period of time. But since the 90s, because every source,
Again,
every piece of information I can find all agrees that it's all down per capita.
Again, no one gives a fuck that it's down per capita, okay? That argument does not work. Does not work. You would have to find a way to extrapolate out and prove that consistently over time, all of these things that are violence against women specifically have remained at the same percentage. And therefore, you can compare and say that reporting rates were the same throughout all this time, that the laws were the same throughout all this time, to be able to make that reasonable, or be able to make that conclusion and it be reasonable. You can't do that. All you can say is the statistics of reported crime have decreased since the 90s. That is a reasonable statement. That is a defensible statement. That is a statement that I can be like, yeah, okay. The reported crime has gone down. I agree with you. You cannot physically use data that does not exist to draw the conclusion you're trying to.
That is what per capita means.
No, it isn't. What per capita means is it's per affected person. So if we're saying that we are looking at reported crime, when we say per capita, it means that it's per person. If we were to statistically draw it out like per person in the US, we're going to say that per capita, everyone has an average of, I don't know, one Skittle in their pocket at any given time that's just, getting stale. Per capita, the average person has one Skittle, but that doesn't mean that other people couldn't have two or three. Per capita, it's just a statistic way of spreading it out over the population. But we're only in the case of like what you're talking about, looking at reported cases. It does not mean overall. It is not complete. It is not flawed. You're taking a statement like per capita and assuming it means something it does not. Per capita is just a general way of saying
it's per 100,000.
There's just fewer rates of crime. Yeah, they're saying per capita. So per 100,000 people, this is true. That does not necessarily at all, actually, it doesn't at all mean what you're trying to extrapolate it out to mean.
Well,
Per
it's
capita,
just,
this is what they're looking at. And per reported crime, we can see a decrease since the 90s. That's fine. That does not actually mean what you're trying to extrapolate it out to mean. We don't have necessarily the same laws. We don't have the same reporting rates. So maybe 25% of women reported their rapes in 1999, but maybe only 20% did in 2000. It could be things like that. There's so many variations that we don't have hard data for, that you cannot possibly draw a hard, meaningful conclusion and be accurate.
I don't know, the combination of that, because that study says the percentage of crimes that happen that are reported have gone up over the time.
Gosh.
And yet, even
Again,
if we say not per capita, even if we
Sweetie.
forget per capita, if we just
No.
look at the raw numbers, the numbers have gone down.
Sweetie, no. You are making a huge number of sweeping conclusions based off of data that does not mean those things. Overall, rates of crime reporting might have gone up. I'd have to read that study to see how they're reaching that conclusion, because there's absolutely issues with how they're doing it, because there's no way they can go back and see every crime that has ever been committed that was reported or not. They are having to use information that was recorded in some way or another to draw that conclusion. They cannot possibly have all of that data. So there's going to be flaws in that automatically. They're having to statistically collate data that was recorded somewhere, but not necessarily formally made into a police report, which means it was technically reported, just may not in a criminal way had been reported. So that's not really gonna stand up. So let's put it that way. you are having to take these things that don't actually mean much of anything on their own, compiling them together and going, well, I made this thing and this thing is true. And that's not how that works. You're having to take a lot of things, extrapolate them out, and build upon them to reach the conclusion that you're trying to. And it does not work that way.
I don't know. Population going up, number of crimes going down. Don't know what to tell you. That's how I
Again,
understand it. I don't think there's any other way to look at it that
there is.
is
There's
different than
many
that.
other ways to look at it. In fact, anyone else who looks at the statistics, who actually has an education in statistics and sciences, would be like, yeah, you can't draw that conclusion. That's a really weird conclusion to draw off of information that you cannot possibly have. We can say that the reported cases have gone down. That's fair. That's the only reasonable conclusion you can draw, though.
Well, and that population has gone up.
Okay. That also means nothing. Does not prove your point.
Together, I think it does.
Doesn't. It really doesn't.
Well, and I guess we
It's not about agreement or not. It's you do not have evidence. Nobody will tell you you have evidence. Nobody will say this means exactly what you say it does. Nobody. What you are looking at is data that says the reported number of incidents has gone down. That is what that data says. It says nothing else. Let's be very clear. That's what the data says. You cannot extrapolate it out further than that.
all right, fair enough. I don't.
All right, I think that that's a good place to leave it. Like, we have to remember that we cannot extrapolate data points out, especially not for the belittlement of minority groups.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. We've had, I think, our longest podcast to date.
Yes, it was. By far.
And I've gotten a lot of messages about this one, actually. My DMs are currently hopping, and I need to actually get to those.
Good luck.
Thank you. All right. Good talk, guys.
Have a good
Did
night,
we
everybody.
decide what we're going to do next week?
Oh no, we did not. I have no idea. We kind of got away
Kat,
from
what
our
do you
whole
think?
topic. We never even talked about fat. She actually is away from her computer. Kind of went to bed, I believe, because it's 2:00 in the
I don't-
morning.
It is. It
And
is.
she's
Thankfully, I
not.
don't have
She's not
anything to
that
do
much of a
tomorrow.
night.
Oh, I am.
No, oh, no,
I
I'm the
actually am
same.
probably going.
She can.
I'm thinking we could always talk about it in the chat later, but I think that there is we went on a lot of tangents today. I think we could talk about we could talk
Never
about
even
even
talked about
crime
Fat
within
Life,
kink.
which is- Ooh,
We could
that'd
talk
be a
about
good time.
crime within kink, like where kink crosses over into crime, consent issues, misuse of kink into abuse.
Yeah, that's a good subject.
Because we have touched on that, but I think it's a good thing to like
number
really
of times.
talk about, like where the boundary lies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would hope it'd be clear to anyone that you do anything without consent, you're crossing into.
But there's also places where even
I
with
guess not everything's a
consent, you are
crime.
committing a crime.
That is true. That is very true.
So at a certain point, whether you've consented or not, it's still a crime.
Yeah, it's cannibalism. Even
Cannibalism
if
is
you
a
say
crime
yes.
regardless. Yeah.
I think
So I think
that
that is.
that guy we mentioned when we talked about Vor, who did cut off a piece of his skin and like eat it with his friends. I'm pretty sure he got arrested for that. I don't think we talked about that during that episode, but
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
he served some jail.
I feel like that's probably true. I know cannibalism is illegal, and there's a lot of reasons that it is. It's not just the taboo factor of it. Like we could actually go into depth about that. I think that would be an interesting conversation.
Well, prion disease would be the number one in my opinion.
Prion
Dear
is.
God.
I am so fucking over prion disease. I'm not so fucking over them. I'm just so fucking astounded that they exist and the lack of information we have on them. But also, they're so fucking cool and scary. Like
The
I could.
fact that even if you're not a cannibalist, that you can just develop prion disease at any time,
Yeah.
that horrifying.
Yeah, prion diseases are fucking wild, and the fact that like they can be transmitted so easily. You don't just have to eat somebody's brain.
Nope.
You-
It's just the easy way
I
to
don't
do
know.
it. It's the easiest way
Yeah.
to get it. But no, you don't. You can just get. And didn't they just discover that you can make like proteins that fold like right-handedly rather than left-handedly? And I was wondering if there was any. I'm not a biologist. I don't know if there's any connection, but maybe prion
There's
disease has something to do.
yeah, there's basically a prion disease is like a protein that's folding weird. It's really interesting. I I did a lot of stuff about prion diseases, and let me tell you, right now, my brain is not able to get into all of it. I'm just having a bunch of like diagrams bouncing around in my head right now.
We'll keep
Prion
it
diseases are
for two.
insane. Yeah, I'll
I
see if I can remember
wait
more of the
wait.
prion disease stuff.
Is that the 24th? Would be the next one technically?
Yeah,
Yes.
24th.
We might have to skip that one because I might be doing overtime that Friday. I'm not
Okay.
100%. So guys,
Then
if we
maybe the
don't,
7th instead.
that works for me. Well, I'll try and be home for that. I just don't know. If we don't appear on the 24th, guys, I am suffering in a warehouse. But if I am not working, then we'll be here. And I guess
Okay.
we'll see you all.
All right. Sounds good. Bye, everyone.
Good night.